for that ticket, now we're thinking twice about it. Let's examine that tomorrow, because we're together again tomorrow. To Dwayne, to Adam, to Harley, thank you. To Hugh, thank you. Enjoy that 50th high school reunion. From me, Mark Davis, and DFW, enjoy the rest of your day. See you tomorrow on the Hugh Hewitt Show. Have a fantastic rest of your day.
But you absolutely, positively need the truth. This is where you turn. This is the Hugh Hewitt Show. In a world shrouded in shadows, where doubt is the only weapon, can one spy expose the truth? From #1 New York Times bestselling author Brad Thor comes a gripping new thriller, Shadow of Doubt. A shadowy Russian defector, a beautiful Norwegian operative, each with something to hide. America's top spy, forced to trust them both. But will the truth ignite a global firestorm? Find out in Brad Thor's riveting new thriller, Shadow of Doubt. The Real Book Spy raves that Shadow of Doubt is high-stakes adventure, packed with relentless suspense and bone-crushing action. The Washington Times declares no one writes a better thriller than Brad Thor. You'll be left breathless as America's top spy, Scott Harvath, is swept into a whirlwind of double agents, international intrigue, and heart-stopping chases. Shadow of Doubt by Brad Thor. Available now wherever books are sold. This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
I have Dr. Ashley Lucas, founder of PhD Weight Loss and Nutrition, with me. Dr. Ashley, you've helped thousands of people lose weight and keep it off for life. In fact, you have an 80% success rate keeping the weight off your clients. What's the big secret here?
It's really threefold. First, we customize a nutrition plan for you that works with your nutrition needs, your schedule, and your lifestyle. Next, we change your behavior. We know that most people are sugar addicted, so we teach you to think differently about the food you eat. Lastly, we help
I'm Ashley DeVorkin with a Fox Celebrity Profile with Tom Hopper and Robert Sheehan of The Umbrella Academy Season 4, which premieres August 8th.
Every season, you never know what you're going to be doing, which is the best thing about this show for me. Like, I did things every season where I was like, this is just, I didn't even expect to do this, you know? From doing partner dance sequences to like a full line dance sequence to then going back to the 60s. Because I'm a massive Back to the Future fan as well, so I got to experience my Marty McFly moment of like appearing in the 60s and being like, oh my God.
They shared a memory from their last day of filming.
It was incredibly heartfelt, and I think there was a huge amount of synergy between us as actors in that moment and us as characters. It was the last time we were all in the room together. Pretty much 7 years of our lives since we joined the show.
It's the longest I've ever been on one character.
Yeah, so living within that and living as a group, you know, we really have become like a group of siblings, you know, and the way we operate together.
Ashley DeVorkin, Fox News.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
Giving his take. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Former President Trump spoke to the media at his Mar-a-Lago resort. It's his first press conference since Vice President Harris became the Democratic nominee.
Former President Trump took questions on abortion, January 6th, guns, and the recent attempt on his life. But his main focus was Vice President Harris and her candidacy, which he questions.
We have somebody that hasn't received one vote for president, and she's running.
He adds the real enthusiasm for this election is with Republicans, despite the crowd sizes seen at Harris-Walz rallies.
Because people want to see crime stopped. They want to see a country that's respected.
The former president also proposed a revised debate schedule with 3 dates on 3 networks. The vice president has only committed to a debate already scheduled.
Fox's Colonel Scott. Vice President Harris and running mate Minnesota Governor Tim Walz will be in Michigan and Arizona today. 2 men linked to Iran's Revolutionary Guard and a Pakistani boat captain now facing terrorism charges in the U.S. in connection with the interception of a ship in the Arabian Sea that resulted in the deaths of 2 Navy SEALs earlier this year. The brothers remain at large. The boat captain and others have been in custody since January. Debbie drenching the Carolinas as the tropical storm continues to bring heavy rainfall as it moves inland.
We've just been over and visited this middle school. Thank God the children were not there when this storm hit. What a devastating blow to this school.
North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, the state has increased the number of National Guardsmen activated and added more rescue vehicles. At least 7 people have died in the storm. At the Paris Olympics, American Sydney McLaughlin-Lavroni breaks her own world record, blowing away the rest of the field in the 400 hurdles. America's listening to Fox News.
Every Monday at FHP Island Optical is Mystery Monday. Spin the wheel and receive amazing frame discounts up to 15%. Or hit the wild card for $40 off. Seniors, you'll save an extra 5%. Use your optical benefits, some conditions apply. And choose from our store-wide frame selection. Don't miss out on Mystery Mondays, where your new look is just a spin away. FHP Island Optical is located in Tumuning at the Century Plaza. FHP Island Optical, Guam's premier eyewear boutique.
It's sizzling out there, folks, and GTA's hot summer deals are turning up the heat. Switch to GTA and get up to $375 off a brand new iPhone 15 when you sign up for any unlimited wireless plan. That's $16.55 a month on our installment plan. But wait, there's more. We're waiving the activation fee and giving you a port-in credit. That's right, extra savings just for joining the GTA family. Limited time offer. Terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information. GTA. We start the summer with you.
A third person has died in the food poisoning outbreak linked to deli meat.
The Centers for Disease Control confirming a person in Virginia has died from listeria, the bacteria that's turned up in samples of boar's head deli meats processed at a plant in Jarrett, Virginia, and distributed nationwide. Listeria is especially dangerous to people with compromised immune systems, are pregnant, or over 65. The bacteria can survive processing and thrive in the refrigerator, so consumers who bought some of the affected meat products should throw it out and thoroughly clean their refrigerators. Symptoms, which include fever, muscle aches, and fatigue, may not appear for several weeks. Jack Callahan, Fox News.
Federal investigators say they've uncovered the DNA of former U.S. Green Beret Jordan Goudreau on some of the 60 automatic weapons they say he smuggled from Florida to South America as part of a failed 2020 coup attempt against Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. Former Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot will reveal her findings tonight from a probe into the spending habits of an embattled suburban mayor.
The mayor of the bedroom community just north of Chicago is under fire for alleged lavish spending habits. Village leaders in Dalton, Illinois, claim Tiffany Henyard's behavior has left Dalton saddled with a $6 million budget deficit. They've hired Chicago's former mayor, Lori Lightfoot, who's also a former prosecutor, to conduct an independent probe. Henyard's been accused of using government funds for personal reasons, something she denies. Lightfoot's only power is to investigate how the money was spent, and that includes looking into a lavish village-funded trip to Las Vegas last year. CJ Papa, Fox News.
Rapper Nelly arrested at a St. Louis area casino accused of having ecstasy pills on him. Nelly's attorney says the officer conducted an illegal search when Nelly went to collect several jackpots and predicted the case will go nowhere. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
The UOG Endowment Foundation and Guam Visitors Bureau, in collaboration with Choice Broadcasting, bring you Tanel live on Guam. Join us for 2 shows. Thursday, September 5th, for a tropical night with Tanel, an intimate, unplugged, VIP show at the Hotel Nico Guam with marmar making and local vendor pop-ups. And Saturday, September 7th, for a family-friendly Triton Festival at Jeff's Pirates Cove. Enjoy the cultural performances, UOG outreach booths, and a vendor pop-up of UOG alumni by the beautiful beachside. Tickets now on sale at Guam time. Special thanks to our sponsors, United Airlines, KUAM, J&G Enterprise, Heineken, ASC Trust, GTA, Matson, Docomo, Raymond James, Trivision Media, The Dugout, and Alter Ego. Hosted by me, Shanzi B from Star 101, and Drew Arcee from The Dugout. Support college affordability by attending these 2 shows.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Hoffaday and Good Morning Guam at 6:06 on Friday, August 9. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. Police have arrested 28-year-old Rudy Daniel Ugin after an office disturbance in Macheche Derido. He was found shaking locked doors, sweating, and making erratic arm movements. Officers ordered Ugin to place his hands over his head, but he reached toward his pockets instead. An officer drew his gun and Ugin was searched. Police found a knife in his pocket along with a bag of meth and a glass pipe with meth residue. Ugin was charged with possession and faces up to 5 years in prison if convicted. He is being held on $1,000 cash bail. Meanwhile, Governor Lulian Guerrero has asked for authority over GDOE until January 2027. A special legislative session will be held at 10 o'clock this morning to review her request. This comes after GDOE declared a state of emergency due to delays in school openings. The start date has been pushed back a week for health inspections, with potential further delays for schools failing inspections. The governor stressed the need for clear responsibility and announced the formation of the School Opening Readiness Team, or SORT, to aid in repairs. Despite issues, 23 schools have passed inspection will open on August 15 as scheduled. We'll have more news after this.
At Guam Regional Medical City, we strive to care for our patients as we would our family members. With a team of interventional cardiologists, GRMC provides advanced care treatments for heart failure and heart attacks, coronary artery diseases, atrial fibrillation, and more. Let us care for your heart, one beat at a time. To make an appointment, contact GRMC's referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 633-4762.
Frustrated students from JFK and Simon Sanchez high schools protested outside the JFK campus yesterday against the delayed start of the school year. The delay comes after GDOE now announced all classes will start on August 15 due to pending inspections. Students, especially seniors, are upset because this is the second consecutive year with delays. They're concerned about missing out on fundraising, college applications, and other activities. GDOE is now in a state of emergency, and further delays might be announced today. And the annual Pink Ball will be held tomorrow night at the Dusitani Guam Resort. The event aims to raise awareness and support local causes. This year's beneficiaries include Guam Cancer Care, Harvest House, and the Edward M. Calvo Cancer Foundation. The Pink Ball will feature entertainment from headliners Mig Ayesa and Constantine Maroulis. The night, themed Love Rocks, promises entertainment and community support for local causes. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
Easily one of my favorite interviews this week was the two singers when they came in. That was just so much fun, and I loved it because they sat down and started making noise. I'm thinking, these are my people. They're noisy like me, matching my energy.
I don't even remember.
I had to run to
any of
keep
that.
up with them. It was great. All right, 6 after 9 o'clock in the morning. Where's that weather thing? It's got hold on. There's pictures. Gorgeous sunrise pictures from the eastern side of the island. I'll use this as the background for the weather report. Partly sunny today with highs near 88 degrees. Light and variable winds are in the forecast for tonight. You know what today is?
It's Friday.
Friday weather, buddies.
It's Friday.
Scattered showers, no frowny face Friday. Mostly cloudy skies tonight with overnight lows of about 79 degrees. Just a calm wind blowing things around tonight. Scattered showers for tomorrow under partly sunny skies. Daytime highs again about 88 degrees. Tomorrow night, scattered showers. So it doesn't look like we're going to be in the scattered showers, thunderstorms portion that they had predicted earlier in the week, and that's good news. It's just partly sunny with highs near 88 degrees most of the days, including Sunday. Heat index going to make it feel like 96 degrees, so prepare for the blast. 30% chance of rain. Rip currents and surf are heavy out there, so be very, very careful with the hazardous surf. Sunrise this morning at 7 after 6, and sunset tonight's going to be at 6:45. And even on our side of the island, kind of the section at Gato side of the island, the sunrise was still pretty cool. I mean, not as good as what you're looking at on Facebook Live with Pirates Cove, but definitely on this side of the island, it also looked pretty with the pastels and all of the colors and that stuff. 10 after 6 o'clock in the morning. News and weather together. Brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 70 years.
KFC's $5 breakfast deals are the best and most affordable ways to start your day. The Colonel's Chicken and Rice Bowl, $5. Chicken fried steak, $5. Sausage, biscuit, and gravy, $5. And they all come with a fresh coffee. KFC $5 breakfast deals are served starting at 6 a.m. daily at your favorite KFC restaurant. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Wow, Bank Pacific, 70 years.
That's right.
Are you celebrating?
You bet. For starters, we opened in 1954, so we're offering a very special personal loan with rates as low as 5.4% APR.
5.4?
And you can borrow up to $50,000 for whatever. Summer travel, back to school, paid on credit cards.
Can I apply online?
Yes, and in any of our convenient offices. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots for 70 years.
Equal opportunity lender. Conditions apply.
Good. 6:11 in the morning. The Ray Gibson Show is brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Interesting last 24 hours. Not even the last 20, like last 12 hours. It is interesting. I'm trying to remember exactly where I was, what I was doing when I got the video statement made by Governor Lou Leon Guerrero, which basically says, "I'll take it back. I will rescue the Department of Education. We will open the schools." You know, we used to have there was a thing. You remember?
No say.
Right. Not quite there yet in the deal, but I
didn't do that.
No, it's okay. It's just sometimes it's the buttons.
It's the ghost.
Yeah. But I trying to sort out what did we used to call it when we do these things? Then you get what's his name and what's his other name and the third guy, the FART from Adelup. They'd infiltrate our feeds. And do their Adelup derangement syndrome.
The assault team.
The assault team. The FART, right?
Yeah.
Facebook.
Assault response team.
Assault response team. I don't know if that's completely correct, but it was.
Man.
But the acronym was FART.
It's Black
basically.
Ops. We can't even talk
it.
about it, bro.
FART. No. Julian knows. Julian's still capable of doing it, and so is Chris. And what's his name? So anyway, we had that response team. Apparently, we have another one. We've gone from FART to SORT. It is the SORT, the school opening response team, readiness team. I don't know. There's so many different ways that we can approach all of this stuff. And
Rangers.
The Rangers leading the way for education. Wow. And as you might expect, I've got one or two thoughts on the subject, but I'll say that it's too early. It's too early to get into. Chris Barnett has got likewise some thoughts on that.
Daryl.
And I don't want to make a claim that Chris and I are thinking on parallel wavelengths, but virtually everything that he wrote down in the statement that he made just a few minutes ago, and I'll share that with you on the air. Just about everything he wrote down was almost exactly what was flashing through my head as I was watching the statement by the governor and then reading the proposed legislation that she's sending down to Therese Terlahi, an act to grant a Magahagan Guahan temporary authority over the Guam Department of Education, notwithstanding any other provision of law. What will you say? You're calling red flags? Always a red flag. Whenever you see this phrase, notwithstanding any other provision of law, that should be there's the red, and it starts, the section 1 begins with that. Effective immediately until January 4th, 2027, all duties, responsibilities, and authority of the Guam Education Policy Board and the Superintendent of Education as provided in Guam law shall be transferred to the Magahaga Guahan. Notwithstanding, this is provision number 2, another notwithstanding, the Guam Education Policy Board and the Superintendent of Education shall have such duties, responsibilities, and authority as delegated by the Magahaga.
Oh, I like that.
So we're not getting rid of them. They'll just be working for her.
Yeah. Are there any, if anythings, in there?
Well, that's kind of notwithstandings are that's legalese, that's government legalese for, if ever,
anything.
If anything, if ever, this act shall not be construed as affecting existing compensation and tenure of the Guam Education Policy Board and the Superintendent of Education, nor the matter of selection of the Guam Ed Policy Board as provided by Guam law. So basically, we're not going to be using them for the jobs that they were either elected, appointed, and hired for. But we still have to pay them for all of that. Notwithstanding, there's another notwithstanding. Effective immediately and until January 4th, 2027, the powers of the GDOE Financial Supervisory Commission shall be suspended. And then there's a severability and the effective dates, again, effective upon enactment here. As you might imagine, most of the educational responsibilities being firmly in the hands of the legislature since like 1986. I think this might actually go over like a sort in the church. I'm sorry, I meant like a fart in a church. But anyway, so there's that. There's an entire letter that she wrote off to Speaker Terlahi, as well as the video that was out on the thing. I know how you guys feel about videos of the governor, so I'm going to leave that to you to go find.
It's out there.
Go find my Uncle Joseph. He'll send you a copy of it. That's where I got my stuff from him. As I said, Chris Barnett has decided that he is going to make a statement on that this morning. I don't know if that will be followed by a statement made on the Ray Gibson Show a little bit later on, but he's on the list of guys that we probably ought to talk to about this. And I'm dying to find out what your comments are going to be on that. Other items in the table of contents, I'm going through as quickly as I can all of my printouts this morning with all of the other interesting stuff, including there's a couple of interesting magistrate reports, including the one that Donna used as part of the story in the last hour. You got to be condition orange. I mean, there's a lady, she's sitting in an office, and all of a sudden, some guy comes in and he smells like cat pee, and he's all nervous and sweaty. All of he's tweaking. He's like
pupils dilated,
like right there. He's at that moment,
foaming
and he
at the
knows
mouth.
he knows he's about to crash, and he's going to need some money a little bit. So he's already casing the place. Asked the lady if she's alone, and she escorted him out of the office where they were at, and then locked the doors and started to call the police. This got to be the scary part for this lady in this office. Her name is Tyron, and as she's on the phone with the police, she can hear the guy, rattling the doorknobs and trying to force his way in, and she can see it on surveillance and all of that stuff too. Fortunately, the cops showed up and took care of the guy, and sure enough, crystal methamphetamine on that story. Another magistrate report about crystal methamphetamine, where you want to talk about husband/boyfriend of the year. He knew he was going to get busted, so he put his meth stuff in the baby mama's purse. Hey, how about that? The gift that keeps on giving. I'll share that with you a little bit later on.
That's real love.
But there's another crazy crime story in the news. Abraham Lincoln has pulled out of Harvard.
Never heard of him.
No. First gay president, according to the guy that we were talking to yesterday. But anyway, so aircraft. There's I think it might have been replaced by another aircraft carrier from Italy of all places. Anyway, dancer. This is in the Pacific Daily News today. Dancer accused of stealing items from sailor's hotel room.
What kind of dancery are we talking about here, man?
Do you really need me to go through the rest of this story?
I'm just wondering.
I'll do it for you a little bit later on. But there's just some crazy fun stuff. God, I love Friday. I love most days on Guam, but I'm feeling kind of frisky today. No frowny face Friday for sure, and a frisky Friday. And we're just going to keep our heads up and maybe do a little bit of head ringing as we make our way through the morning show. 20 after 6 o'clock in the morning. Speaking of head ringers, let's say welcome all these guys here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Okay, so I lost the feed and then I found the feed, so it means I'm going to be starting a little bit late. So first name up today is not Rico or Auntie Bennett or anything like that. It's F. Ramos. says with his instructions for the upcoming general election, vote R in Republican. As R is in not Republican, but replace.
Oh, yeah.
Replace Fisher with Tony Ada.
Good advice.
And Tattoo Sean Gumatautal. And there's already somebody with a Valentine like on that. Robbie Agigi is on there. Tatlu, she's trying to ruin my Friday. Tatlu. Spelled L-O-U. That's cool. Have a beer, says Big Man Rico. Stephen Blake's online.
Real guy.
Absolutely.
Big
Saying, ahoy, mates. Head easy on one. Auntie Bennett Lujan Duenas says, Red Queen wants her power all the way to 2027. So it's election year and inauguration day. Let's hey. As I said, Big Man Rico's online. So is Jerome McDonald. Alpha Day 2, Francis Wolford. Yeah, reject Sean Gumatautal. Keep Fisher and the next governor of Guam, Tony Ada. Francis, you're freaking us all out. There's Chris Frank saying Holiday Point family and
Hey,
friends.
Mr. Frank.
Good to have you there. Lonnie Solis. Just ha ha ha. Love the profile picture. Very, very nice. Is that you or the Blessed Mother? I can't tell because it's small in black and white. Andy Terlai, a private dancer like the Tina Turner song. Yeah, but I think she's going to be doing her dancing in jail for a while. Let me see. I got F. Ramos. We need a reset. Fisher wore out his welcome. Sean is new, and Tony is missed. Cheers, everybody, says Big Man Rico. Like I said, I got to everybody kind of late, so we're just going to have to bear with me as we rebuild that particular file. That's okay. We can find everybody else hanging out on the YouTube side. Left Guam 99 saying, have a day. It's Friday.
Yeah.
All right, buddy. Tommy Napati is online. Big Man Rico Blankenford lurking on this side as well. So it says Mr. Octo 13. Happy Friday to everyone in Guam watching from South Florida, Fort Lauderdale, Buenos, and have a nice weekend.
Look at me in the free zone. Look at me.
You know what? and I think
I'm in America.
I kind of want them to do this here. Did you see where Florida has banned the sale of artificial meat? Did you see that?
Well, they banned it?
Well, they've banned it.
Now they've created a black market, man.
For people that want
to make money.
For people that want to sell fake meat here for more than actual meat. But I saw something on TikTok where there's this lady going through the grocery store, not in Florida, and she said you have to check the labels because in very, very small writing, there's a requirement for them to list whether it's either real meat or fake meat.
Ooh.
And they kind of look the same, and the packaging kind of looks the same, and everything else is the same, except the meat that you're buying might not actually be from a cow. The meat that you're buying might not be, grown in a lab.
Grass-fed in a lab. Free range.
Just so you gotta be careful. I like cheese. I think most people like cheese. But it's hard to find. In fact, I haven't seen it in years. But like American cheese is not really cheese.
It's not.
It's like a cheese-like product.
Not even.
You take a look. If you've got American,
cheese
American cheese in the refrigerator, just look at the label on it, and it doesn't say natural cheese.
You're right.
A cheese product. I think it's printed. I think it's 3D printed.
Fake cheese is pretty good though.
But I'm just saying it's not real cheese. I mean, is there a way if you had to stop buying regular Kraft American cheese for your grilled cheese sandwiches, what would you put on that to approximate the flavor? Because American cheese is kind of its own flavor of cheese, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you stop and think about it.
I like pepper jack.
So if I were to create the flavor of American cheese, which 2 real cheeses would I put together? Which 3 real cheeses would I put together in order to get all of that stuff done? My brother had a way to detect fake cheese from real cheese, and that's basically heated up.
Your brother?
Yeah.
You got a talent, huh?
If you heat the stuff up.
Skill
for detecting cheese.
Yeah, fake cheese. Is that fake cheese?
Hey, who cut the cheese? But if you heat the stuff up and oil comes out of it, pretty much there's your sign. This is a fake cheese because they don't have that in there. MP Ogo online. I got Ken Leon Guerrero says what's that, Ken? When I moved from Dodea/Okinawa in late 60s, GDOE students were light years ahead of us.
No,
it's true. It's true.
The 60s.
They used to have systems around here, and I don't think we got any of that stuff at all. Here, Ken, I want you to go back and and take a look at the history of the Department of Education at the national level. You think about all of the times that they put that, and it wasn't that long ago that there was the creation of a federal Department of Education. It seems to me that since it was created, the test scores, student capabilities have gone into the gutter since then. So that's one of the things that you can anticipate whenever the Fed takes over anything. Robbie Agagi online, Auntie Bennett, Lohan Duenas, with her instructions on who you're supposed to vote for, etc. I'm looking to see if I've got any other new names here. Probably not. I don't know. It's what is today? It's Friday morning?
I hope so.
Thank you very much. We'll
work
on that. Okay. Jumping back over, looking to see if everybody else has put their names back in the list. There's his marvelous body cam footage from Butler Police has been released. It depicts two officers trying to gain access to the roof, and once the officer sees the shooter, the officer runs to his vehicle to retrieve a rifle. The footage was muted for the most part. There was no evidence that they attempted to radio to report to anybody.
Bro.
Right.
Gonna get my rifle.
But the Butler Police claimed that the officers may have saved Trump by distracting the shooter as he had to reassess his shot.
Awards are...
Maybe, yes.
Yeah,
Commendations
some medals.
and citations. Lap dancer likes Iling. Remember his running for white and Democrat? I'm not sure what you're going on about there, Auntie Bennett. Christine Oliver doing her Hoy in Wuhan news. Dozens of research papers on coronavirus from so-called experts that push for lockdowns and forced mass human experimental testing are being retracted and deleted from their journal databases as states like Kansas and other Midwest states commence their lawsuits against the agencies and Pfizer and Moderna. It is going to be the great reckoning. He's also writing about Kamala's Detroit rally fell apart when she lost it at Heckler's. Okay, so they got all these people, and they've now taken. They would call him Genocide Joe, and now I think they're going to protest at the Kamala blah 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 rallies and things like that. And they showed up and protested, and she said something like, "If you want that, vote for Trump. In the meantime, I'm talking here." And look sternly at the crowd, and there's a whole lot of people that say,
chameleon.
"Yeah, angry woman not going to play very well." Then the rally ended. Rally goers and staff members were left stranded, no way to get back to their vehicles. Everybody was shuttled to the rally. This is the interesting part. After the event left some rally goers angry, some claimed that they were paid $350 a head to attend and to be shuttled to and from the rally. If they had 10,000 people there getting paid $350 a piece, that's $3.5 million paid from donations. Way cheaper to pay people to show up to rallies for Harris than for her to air ads. So maybe that's what they're doing. Not uncommon.
That's terrible.
In the Philippines, they hire crowds. You want to make a big crowd, you want to make it look like the mob is behind you, you can
Flashing
hire people
lights,
to get together and wave your flags and all your banners and stuff like that. Nate Horn online says, let's do this. Big Sister Shelley says, finally Friday. Oh, what a week. Trina San Augustine, TGI Friday. It is Michelle Conception. Jose Martinez talking about test tube ribeye. It's the real thing. Nate Horn says, Velveeta is as cheesy as fake cheese comes. There are some families out there that there's people like sit in the front of the church families,
cornerstone of their life,
and then there's people that sit in the back of the church families, and then there's American cheese families, and then there's Velveeta families. It's like the two different kinds of mayonnaise.
Go to confession, bro.
Exactly. So I got it. Rico wants to know, is McDo's ice cream machine fixed yet? I don't know about the ice cream machine. There's a story floating around. Fox had it at about 4 o'clock this morning where some McDonald's in the States are going to start carrying Krispy Kreme.
Oh, boy.
As in Krispy Kreme donuts. They're rolling that out like in the next couple of days. I'm not sure if they're going to be doing that here. Josh Canahay online, Southern Centers of Sumai Coalition and will be beginning the first of several ongoing initiatives towards our mission of providing safe community spaces, starting with the Southern High School Sports Complex and other campus areas in need of attention. We are partnering with USM Equipment to bring in excavators to clear the overgrowth along the fence line and other problem areas. Also in need of volunteers to assist in reclaiming their community garden and turning their outdoor volleyball court into a futsal court. Last year, they were using the cafeteria for soccer practice.
Oh, that sounds fun,
God,
man.
we need donations of yard cleaning equipment, bush cutters, sickles, mowers, wheelbarrows, PPE, drinks, etc., etc. If you're interested in helping out Josh and all of the young men and women of the southern communities, then right-click on his name and DM and let him know. Maybe you can't help this weekend, but this is going to end up being an ongoing process. Dr. Hal Wen online to give the governor, responding to a statement, to give the governor complete power over GDOE means that we learn nothing from the COVID pandemic. Holding people accountable for the failure of GDOE is the key to fix the schools for our children and not create more. Dr. Wen says failure is always from the top as the governor. I got Josh Cadahay also welcoming all volunteers. F. Ramos, who else is online? MT Farron, Auntie Bennett, Lohan Duenas, et cetera, et cetera. So big crowd here this morning. The usual guys with some of the usual comments. Dying to hear what you've got to say about some of the stuff that we're going to be getting into. 6:31 in the morning, as I said, we've got that story there. And the political parts of our lives continue to turn. The race is on. And you might be going, it's already with Mikey and, not Mikey, but Jimmy Craig and Ginger. Okay, that race is on. But yesterday, I guess, was the last day for candidates for the CCU, the Guam Ed Board, and the public auditor to get their paperwork together and submit it to the Guam Election Commission. That has been done. I'll let you know who's put their hat in the rings for which gigs a little bit later on. In the meantime, 6:32 in the morning. We might as well jump into news and headlines with Donna D and find out what the heck the rest of our news day is going to look like. Donna.
Convicted rapist Carlos Glenn McGee was sentenced to 5 years in prison, all but 17 months suspended, after pleading guilty to failure to register as a sex offender. He was given 1 month in jail for every month he did not register. McGee has already served 6 months, so he will be out of jail in 11 months. Should he violate any conditions of his release, he could be sent back to jail to serve the remainder of his 3.5-year jail term. And 25-year-old Kiana Lynn Wolf was arrested after ramming a truck through a gate, damaging the property and uprooting trees. Wolf, who did not own the truck, attempted to unlock a patrol car door and resisted arrest. She was charged with criminal mischief, destruction of property, resisting arrest, and criminal trespass. She is being held on $2,000 cash bail. And the Guam Kingfisher is set to return to the wild with a release on Palmyra Atoll at the end of August. The species, last seen in the wild in 1988, has only 141 individuals left. 9 birds will be released thanks to efforts from U.S. zoos. They are sending chicks and eggs to a facility in Kansas for hand rearing. The release aims to revive Guam's native wildlife. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
Those are the tasty ones, right? Those are, yeah. No,
chicks and eggs.
You just dip them. You hold them by their little CX legs, and you dip them into batter, like a good panko breadcrumb batter.
Yeah, 350, 375.
Yeah, put it in your fry daddy for a couple of minutes.
Till it's brown.
Yeah, it's perfect. Anyway, 6:33 in the morning. More like that on the way as the Ray Gibson Show continues.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 671-588-4651 or visit apl.com.
This summer, don't miss out on a hot opportunity. Save big when you upgrade to Docomo Pacific's Business Unlimited Max. Say goodbye to hefty fees and enjoy free roaming in the U.S., Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines. But that's not all. From now until August 31st, save up to $20 a month on payments. A whopping $600 in overall savings. Plus, receive $150 towards mobile accessories. Some conditions apply. Call 688-2677 to upgrade and maximize your benefits this summer.
Everything running as it should be. Looking at traffic right now, you will see some traffic slowing you down on the way into Anderson Air Force Base. A little bit worse than I'm used to seeing it. I'm not sure what exactly is going on. Maybe the airman lost the key or somebody was with a dancer.
We'll get that cleared up
from
away,
Club
sir.
Foxy.
Right away.
I don't know. Send the 36 Wing Commander down there, find out what's going on. Don't worry, just walk into work. He'll park the car for you. Southbound Marine Corps Drive looking sweet all the way through Dedido, Upper Tumon, the Tamuning area. It's just intersection traffic right now. You get the Micronesia Mall, 8, 10, and 16 looking sweet all the way to 8, 10, and 16. Did that sound right? No. From Micronesia Mall all the way to 8, 10, and 16. Running fairly clear right now, not seeing any delays. Route 8 is clean all the way into town. Route 4 starting to busy up over by Costu Less, and maybe a little bit of traffic up around Ordot Sinanya. But once you're in Agana, shouldn't be any major problems. If you're headed south, point the car left and make your way down to Big Navy in Sumai. Not going to see a whole lot that slows you down. It's 6:36. There's your right now traffic. This is The Point.
Are you looking for some eye-catching wheels? Need new tires? Maybe you'd like to spruce up the interior with accessories. Find what fits your ride at Proline. Call 646-5528. Follow them on Facebook at Proline Guam for all the juicy updates.
Imagine a place where Guam's homeless find comfort for a night. From the AG who brought you the Protect Yourself and Deport Air initiatives, now comes Project Dignity. A solid meal, a hot shower, a clean bed, a chance to rejoin society. Project Dignity. Work restores dignity. Coming soon to Guam.
Doug, I would have done that for you for free, man. I would have done that. Work restores dignity. Where was our portions of the program brought to you? Speaking of dignified people, Kim and Ron over at Security Title Awesome, folks. And what do? Well, it's all right there in the name. Secure the title. Make sure everything is clean. Make sure there's no gremlins or bad karma on the title that's going to slow down your real estate transactions. And they can actually improve the rate of the transactions, making sure that your escrow goes without any hitches. They're good at it. In fact, they're probably better than anybody else in the Pacific. Find out what makes them the best. Kim and Ron at Security Title.
Rediscover talk radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
I pointed my car in this direction, and now here I am, ready to go with another incredible morning show. Well, I think it's going to be incredible. I got Doug Moylan coming in a little bit later on, and he's going to be talking about Project Dignity and more. Hey, look, Army Lynn, we got the balloon smuggler sighting. Jose
Morning,
Martinez, who correctly says, we don't need Krispy Kreme. We have a Crown's Bakery. But then
That's true.
Josh Cadahay says, I hear they sell Krispy Kreme up in Dedido. They do. It's John B's. John B's.
They fly it in.
They fly it in from the Philippines.
Imported.
It's imported, yes, directly from the Krispy Kreme at Moa. So that's where they get that up there. But it's not like there's a Krispy Kreme bakery that we've got here on Guam. Stephen Liz says 22% more effort from our government to get our school going. For Cruz Williams. Stephen Liz, you can't blame Lou because the Organic Act, LMAO, she is top dog. I remember COVID lockdown. Shake my head. Peter Santos is sticking his nose in the conversation. AG can't and won't do his job and blames everybody else. Now DOE/legislature can't do their job. Move over and let someone else who can.
Pointing fingers.
Everyone's
pointing fingers.
So maybe, Doug, if you're listening, because the governor tried to drag you into it with her 5 facts about the emergency provisions and blamed your office for sitting on your hands on the approval of certain purchases that you needed to make, procurement. And the Department of Education had to make. My recollection is you refuted that statement from her, saying, no, as soon as we got the paperwork from your DPWs or whoever, we acted on those right away. We didn't make anybody wait on that. So I think maybe that needs to be made a little bit clearer in the Senate system. Eunice Mendiola online, Tedo, my cousin Tedo, say, who's running against Josh in 2026?
Oh, boy.
We already told you. It's Eddie and Paul Calvo. Eddie and his brother Paulie going to run against Joshy. Yeah.
Mayor Alligan and someone
Mayor
else.
Alligan and Tony Adams going to run against them. Big Rob Greeno online checking in. I got Who else is Cousin Ted says, have a safe weekend and go fishing. Joe Takai sounds like a Marvel movie trailer. All we got to do is put somebody, there's got to be somebody out there that's listening that knows how to do it better than I do. But there's certain AI programs that you can get that will take with very little prompting. You can turn it into an actual video. Seems to me if we've got that audio, we ought to be able to throw it into one of these AI video creation animation deals and see what it comes up with. Rico wants to know if they've got Bavarian cream, Cecile Bombasuda, Crown Bakery donuts, just as good. Enjoy your Friday, Guam. Jose says if your Krispy Kreme didn't come straight from Krispy Kreme, it's not really a Krispy Kreme experience. If I keep talking with the K's in my mouth, there will be an ample amount of spit here in the studio. 20 away from the top of the hour. So I read you bits and pieces of the governor's proposed legislation that would basically just give me all of it. Give me the whole thing. I'm uniquely qualified. I'm the only one that can take care of all of these problems. I will, once you give me the statutory authority to work on the Department of Education, I will have all hands, a school opening response team that's going to go out there and despite the odds, They'll sweat on the brow, and they'll have armbands catching the sweat there, and knee-high socks and headbands, and they were going to sweat and work really, really hard to get the schools open for the kids.
They're going to pull their straps up.
Right.
From the boot.
So here's the letter that she wrote to Speaker Terlahi asking about a special session here. On August the 7th, 2024, the Ed Board declared a state of emergency for the Guam Department of Education, acknowledging that Guam public schools are in a state of disrepair such that many of them are not likely to pass health inspections required by law in order to open for the upcoming school year. While some of these schools suffer from lack of maintenance that may be remedied by a temporary infusion of manpower and resources, others require more serious structural renovation and rehabilitation. A lack of accountability and clear, workable solutions has caused substantial anxiety and uncertainty for our students, families, teachers, and staff. Yesterday afternoon, you might have seen Sabrina Salas Matarani out there in a peaceful protest with some girl students. Of course, they're girl students from John F. Kennedy High School, lamenting the fact that they were supposed to return to school yesterday, and that didn't happen.
A little disappointed.
Yeah. And I'm not going to say the video of that has gone viral, but I'm starting to see it from a lot of different of my WhatsApp pals. Unfortunately, GDOE's difficulties are entrenched and persistent. GDOE draws substantial funding from both local and federal government, but it has been plagued with longstanding staffing, procurement, and administrative challenges that have hindered the agency's efforts to maintain and operate our public schools, resulting in the deterioration of school campuses. Has it always been that way? Didn't things look good when John Fernandez was there? You never heard about any of this stuff when John was there, right?
I think so.
There should be no doubt that there are tremendously talented and dedicated people who work at GDOE, teachers, administrators, and staff, but the protracted discussions over the last few weeks have proven that the current system is not working. We teach our students to learn and adapt, and as a government, we should also benefit from this lesson. As you are aware, prior to the 1986, the Organic Act of Guam vested the governor of Guam with the authority and responsibility to establish, operate, and maintain public schools. The amendments in 86 transferred these powers away from the governor, authorizing the legislature to enact laws to govern our public schools. As the Senate report for the 1986 amendment observes, this structure did not preclude the legislature from delegating authority over back to the governor. In this spirit, I submit to the legislature the attached legislation, which, if passed, will grant me authority over GDOE for the remainder of my term as governor. While I recognize that the task ahead is immense, it is not insurmountable. These problems are solvable. It is in the best interest of our schools and our larger island community that the person holding responsibility for our public schools be clearly established. And great as I know the challenge will be, I am willing to accept such responsibility for the benefit of our island. And this letter is to notify you that pursuant to the authority vested in me by the Organic Act, I hereby call a special session of the legislature to commence at 10 a.m. August 9th at the Speaker Antonio and Pinco Legislative Hall in Agana. The 37th Guam Legislature 8th special session.
Let's have a sit down.
10 o'clock this morning. 10 o'clock this morning. Can we predict what's going to happen at 10 o'clock this morning already? Is it too early for
I hope
Gibson?
someone brings donuts.
Right? Krispy Kreme. Let's stop by Crown's Bakery, get some donuts, some coffee. I want iced coffee. I want a latte. So what did Chris Barnett have to say about that? Because Chris Barnett has been in the midst of all of this. Tom, it's okay. Tom Shay, you'll get your chance. About a half hour from now, we'll get Tom Shay on the radio. He's got some comments, not too far away from the ones that I've got in my head and the ones that I'm sure are running around in your head as well. Chris Barnett, writing in this morning, the governor does not need to govern GDOE to help GDOE. Adelup has repeatedly said they don't have authority over education. They've always had the ability, but apparently not the willingness until now to help our kids and fix our schools. The activation of the whole of government to help our schools is good news, and exactly what our public school families had hoped for when Lieutenant Governor Tenorio announced the whole of Gov Guam to fix the schools last year. Not earlier this year, last year. It's what we hoped for with Public Law 37-4, which authorized the governor to use her authority over executive branch agencies to help fix our schools. What's the number of that piece of legislation? 4? It suggested it would be one of the earlier ones that came out of the legislature and was signed into law by the governor. Instead, Adelup stood on the sidelines criticizing the effort to give our kids clean and safe schools. They said it couldn't be done, but we are almost there with half of our schools coming into compliance with public health standards. More schools are on the way thanks to the hard work of GDOE employees, public schools, families, and volunteers. As a parent of public school students, I know our public school stakeholders have been waiting for this help. This assistance from the executive branch will provide the final push. All of our schools need to come into compliance and help us avoid any delays next school year.
Oh, my God, they're weaponizing the Department of Education.
The assistance from the executive branch will provide the final push. Over the top, boys. Over the top. Let's go and take on the Hun. I'm using World War I parlance here in the conversation. I don't know. 647. I don't know if it's go hard time, but like I said, I'm sure the thoughts in your head are not too far away from the thoughts that I've got in my head. Let her run things until the end of her term.
What do we got to lose, man?
How's that working out over at Guam Memorial Hospital? How's all of that looking? We got have we hooked up the air conditioners in the labor and delivery room? I mean, correctly? Have we got all of that working?
Mostly.
Have we sorted out all of the problems
60%.
with the leaky roof in the lobbies and all of those things that they're supposed to be doing? I do want to mention the swimming pool. I do want to mention the swimming pool because it has been 1,654 days since the Agana swimming pool was temporarily closed.
God, we used to do laps there.
Renovations and so I used to go pee.
Back and forth, back and forth.
Paid $2.50. You go swim, you get cold, you go pee. I mean, that was the whole thing. And all of the people, here's the deal. If we didn't win any gold medals in the Olympics, you know why? Because we couldn't train them in the Agana swimming pool. We no longer have that as an option to train up all of our athletes. Just saying. So how's that work? Crime. We've got the Adelup here. Got a handle on crime. Absolutely. It must be free methamphetamine for everybody, or it feels like it. With all of the crime that we've got, all the drugs issues and homelessness things that we've got, cost of living on Guam. Is that something that they might be able to control or get a handle of over at the legislature? We got the $100 credits in the power bill. I mean, that's helping some, right? But is it helping out with the price of rentals in this town, affordable housing in this town, and it's 6.5, 7, almost 7 years for this administration, and now. Given the victories that they have had in all of those other places, now the governor is saying, you know what, I've been watching from the sidelines, everything going on with the Department of Education. There's only one person that can fix this. There is only one group of people that can fix this, and that's all of us here over at Adelup. You go ahead and ponder the rest of that for the remainder of the morning. We'll see if we can get some folks to talk about it as the program continues. It's just a few minutes away from 7 o'clock in the morning. And the next big look at news and headlines here. As I said earlier, the USS Abe Lincoln has apparently...
Are they gone?
Yeah, I think so.
Man.
I think so. I didn't have a chance to...
lonely last night out there.
Well... Did it? Did you go out? Did you go out looking for?
No, I wasn't
friends?
looking for dudes.
Step-ins.
I was jogging.
Oh, I see.
I just noticed there was nobody out there.
All right, so here's the story I was telling you about a little bit earlier.
God, Ray.
What? There's girls on the ship too.
That's I saw some.
Anyway, so there's that story, but I do want to, despite any of the goofing off that we have here at the radio station, say a little prayer for the men and women aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln and their group and their that little force that they've got out there. They are supposed to be steaming into hostile territory. They're going to be sent to join the Roosevelt and other parts of military infrastructure out in the Gulf, and that place is about ready to go up. I mean, it could be where World War III gets lit off, and it's important that we've got a lot of projection of American force and our peacekeeping ability just by being in the region. So hopefully everybody on that one is able to keep their head down and return to us safe when it's time for the Abraham Lincoln to swing back around in these waters. But there's a story. I didn't have a chance. I was so busy yesterday. There's a ton of stuff that I did not have a chance to get to yesterday, including this story out of Newsweek. That hints at an encounter, a U.S. destroyer hinting at an encounter with Russia and China near Guam.
No.
Yes, that's the headline on the story. U.S. warships Facebook post hinted at an encounter last month with Chinese and Russian vessels near Guam, the American military hub in the Western Pacific Ocean, but the reference was later removed. In a video shared Tuesday, the Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyer Rafael Peralta, I think I went to school with him, was returning to Japan's Yokosuka Naval Base, the home port, following an extended summer patrol. The 9,700-ton destroyer arrived at the base the previous day, according to ship spotters, and its post offered the only indication as to the range of the joint naval maneuvers by China and Russia, whose ships were said to have sailed together for almost 5,000 nautical miles. It's a ways to go in this blue country we live in. The Peralta, assigned to Destroyer Squadron 15, the U.S. Navy's largest, consisting of 9 Arleigh Burke-class vessels, forward deployed to Yokosuka. The warship's official Facebook page said it conducted a freedom of navigation operation in the South China Sea, held joint exercises with U.S. treaty ally Japan, and, quote, protected Guam during Chinese and Russian deployments in that area. When were you going to tell us? When are you going to tell us? We're just finding out about this from a Newsweek article? Photos released by the Navy.
We were this close. I knew it, man.
I smell Chinese. Egg foo young. I can smell it. And cabbage, the Navy showed the Peralta in the South China Sea in early May before joining Japan's Maritime Self-Defense Force in the Philippine Sea in mid-June. On July 18th, the destroyer called at Guam before returning to Yokosuka. The caption didn't add any further details. Was edited after Newsweek inquired about the nature of the apparent encounter at sea, where Guam was apparently protected by Chinese and Russian naval forces out there.
Do you think they look at each other in the telescopes or their binoculars and they
wave at
show
each other
the bird?
Hey, we have Krispy Kreme. What do you guys got there? Well, what are you having for breakfast there, mister? Yeah, we get the dry fish and yesterday rice. That's what we've got here. I don't know. It's always some kind of an interesting thing going on there. Who we got there? Simon Sanchez online. Everybody wishing everybody a great Friday and a weekend. Can I talk about what we spent a little bit of time on the phone with yesterday?
Yeah.
Steve, Shay and I were talking on the phone, and I've only got one number. And so after all of the nonsense here, and boy, you want to talk about nonsense with this, people not getting enough votes or meeting the threshold required in the law to be able to move forward to the general election. Ridiculous, especially when they're running uncontested in their field. Anyway, so towards the end of a conversation where we were actually pondering the necessity and requirement of a full-blown, everybody go out and vote primary election. We're just trying to figure out what the cost has been per vote in the primary election. So we know that only 31% of the registered voters went out to vote over the weekend. significantly small number. In fact, the total number of votes cast was 18,793. That's it. As 18,793 votes that were cast for the primary election in 2024. And you figure they spend, what, $500,000 on the primary? Is that a good reason? Is that a reasonable number, Joe?
Yeah.
That comes out to $26,000 per voter. $26, a big difference. $26.60
Money
per
well
voter.
spent.
Yeah.
We did it, Joe.
You know, it's supposed to be down there like in the pennies, right? A few dollars each to get all of the registered voters out in order to do that. And so the question is, maybe it's time that we had somebody like with better mathematical skills than I got to go through. This is how many votes we got in the primary versus this is how much money we spent in the primary, all in, and ask the voters, are you comfortable with this expenditure, given all of the other apparent needs that we've got in the government of Guam and other needs that we've got in the community? Would it have been a better use of about $500,000? So somebody's going to get around to doing all of that. It's 6:55 in the morning. 888-8255, 888-TALK, and it's time for one of our last reports, I suppose, from Paris, France. Nick Delgado from KUAM online. Buenos and Alpha Day. Nick, how you doing?
Buenas, bonsoir. Doing well.
Je te suis le du soir. Yeah, always nice to talk to you. So hey, I got a story. I got a story from the media about a Guam Olympian. You want to give me yours, or shall I do mine first?
Do yours first. Let's hear you first.
Okay. So I had to look it up because I didn't know. But you know what a thirst trap is?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So there's a story on one of these social media sites about Regine Tugade, and it's Black Sports Online is the name of the website, and you can go there right now. Fans go wild over sprinter. Wait a second. Let me get it's off. Fans go wild over sprinter. Oh, crap, there's too many pop-ups here. Regine Tugade's thirst trap video showing off in team race kit. And I don't know if you've seen it on Instagram, but there's an Instagram video of her with all of her racing attire, and it's cheeky. I got to tell you, I loved it. I'm almost positive I bookmarked it.
Hey, this is whatever she has to do to. She's not just on fire on the track; she's on fire now on social media. And when I sent it to Regina as well, and I was kind of giving her flowers and congratulations for making it even further past her race. Now on social media, she said, I can't believe that these views are hitting over 1 million. And I said, you should, because you're our GOAT. You're our greatest of all time right now when it comes to the Paris 2024 Olympics. And even better news, she just got talent representation from Apex. It's a company that decided to bring her on for her talent and for her skill in the sport.
Wow.
So good for her.
That is terrific. I'm trying to get the actual video up on the screen, but for some reason, my browser is not. Maybe it broke Instagram. This outfit that she's wearing, but you should be able to find it somewhere. I'll see if I can get a still pic and put it up on the screen. But I want it to be the still pic where is she blowing a kiss to the camera or a wink? Do you remember?
I remember blowing a kiss. And
okay.
This is right for her race.
Yeah.
That's the run Guam gear that she has on.
It's absolutely terrific. So you gotta get out there and take a look at it. Go to Instagram and just do a search for Tugade, Tugade. Minute and a half before Fox News. What you got for me today, Nick?
I'm surprised you don't have yourself a pair of those shorts already. But today, we were able to pick up where we left off with Raina Taiping-Fong. She completed her final heats on canoe racing. She, of course, didn't medal, but she did complete first for Guam in racing in canoe for Guam in the Olympics. And then over to the wrestling match for Raquel Aquino, the sister who competed yesterday. Now it was her time to go up. She put up a hard fight, just over a minute, going up against Brazil. But of course, she had tapped out in the end, and now she's pretty much just ready to move forward.
And that's about it. What day is it in France? I know we're on this side of the date line. Are we on this side of the date line together? Is it Friday there too?
Yeah,
okay.
It is almost Friday. It is. It's Thursday night. So we're 8 hours behind.
Okay. All right. A ham radio guy should know the difference between here and somewhere close to universal coordinated times. And that's going to be it for Guam. And everybody going to find their way to the Paris International Airport, come home loaded and smelling like cheese?
You know it. Well, after, of course, Sunday's closing ceremony, So all next week, welcome home.
What are the obligations of Team Guam to go out there? Do they just have to walk with everybody, or do they have to dance? Are there songs?
Similar to like what they did, instead of it being on the River Sen, it's going to be over at the stadium where Regine and Joseph Green did their race, and so it'll be all a spectacle within that stadium there, with them holding the Guam flag, and so that'll be nice to see.
I'll be looking forward to seeing the footage.
Fireworks and a whole spectacle.
I'll be looking forward to seeing everything on KUAM. Nick Delgado, appreciate your time. Appreciate the reports. Have an awesome day. We'll see you soon.
Au revoir.
Au revoir. Au revoir. Sweet. Here's Fox News and The Point.
September 10th, and we've agreed with ABC on September 25th.
Trump with a comment in a news conference at its Mar-a-Lago resort where he went after the vice president and her running mate.
She's a radical left person at a level that nobody's seen. She picked a radical left man that is, he's got things done that he has positions that are just not, it's not even possible to believe that they exist.
Trump also echoing criticism from his running mate, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, that Harris has not held a news conference since she became the nominee. The vice president and running mate Tim Walz conducting an event with UAW members in Michigan.
The bottom line about UAW is that I also know, and I'll say to all the friends watching, look, even if you're not a member of a union, you better thank unions.
Harris and Walz set to campaign in Arizona tonight. On the questions about what she has in common with Walz, she says they grew up the same way, that they were both raised by good, hardworking people. The National Hurricane Center says the major flood threat continues for portions of the Carolinas and Western Virginia from Hurricane Debbie, make that tropical storm Debbie, as the area gets soaked from torrential rain.
We want people to be on alert. We want people to be paying attention to their local news and local officials so that they can keep themselves safe.
North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper. Wall Street stocks rallied after better than expected unemployment report. The Dow gained 683 points. America is listening to Fox News.
If you had an incredible tool that could do wonders in your job and career, wouldn't you want to use it as often as possible? What if I said that such a tool exists for all managers and supervisors, and it's either not used at all, used incorrectly, or is only used with a fraction of its power? That tool is the one-on-one meeting. Giving regular and productive face-to-face time with a worker has the potential to be a major boost in their advancement, as well as improving the organization's goals for employee retention. What we're after is conducting high-impact sessions that drive productivity, growth, and make a difference. Thursday, August 29th, Guam Training presents Effective One-to-One Meetings, a course that will help build team morale, performance, and stronger working relationships. Effective One-to-One Meetings, just one of 6 powerful courses offered between August 20th and August 29th. Get the details for Effective One-to-One Meetings and the other courses offered at GuamTraining.com. It's all waiting for you at GuamTraining.com.
Families of some students murdered during the 2018 Parkland, Florida school shooting say they've reached settlements in their lawsuit against the now imprisoned gunman.
Families of 3 students killed in the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School shooting in Parkland, Florida say they've reached a settlement with the convicted man who shot and killed the students and who is now serving multiple life sentences. The families of Luke Hoyer, Meadow Pollock, and Elena Petty will be awarded $50 million each, and a wounded surviving student reached a similar deal for $40 million. Attorneys admit it will be unlikely for them to collect these amounts, though the trial judge ordered any money placed in the gunman's prison commissary account be held to satisfy judgments. In Miami, Eben Brown, Fox News.
An American Olympian about to make history, but not for his speed.
His Olympic dream began at the age of 8, watching the 2016 Rio Summer Olympics. Now at age 16, American track phenom Quincy Wilson is set to become the youngest American man ever to compete in an Olympic track and field event. Wilson selected as a member of the United States 4x400-meter relay team that will compete Friday in the opening heat of the event. Last month, Quincy Wilson set the world record in the outdoor 400-meter dash for athletes under the age of 18, 4 months after he had set the same world record indoors. Quincy Wilson, 16 years old, a student at Bullis School in Potomac, Maryland. on the verge of U.S. Olympic history.
Fox's Jared Mack. Some Olympic track results now. American Sydney McLaughlin-Lavroni breaks her own world record, blowing away the rest of the field in the 400-meter hurdles. Teammate Anna Cockrell got the silver. Femke Bol of the Netherlands, who was believed to be the biggest threat to the Americans, got the bronze. In the 200, Noah Lyles took bronze after being diagnosed with COVID 2 days ago. And then American Grant Holloway gets the gold in the 110-meter hurdles. I'm Lee Silasera. This is Fox News.
This summer, don't miss out on a hot opportunity. Save big when you upgrade to Docomo Pacific's Business Unlimited Max. Say goodbye to hefty fees and enjoy free roaming in the U.S., Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines. But that's not all. From now until August 31st, save up to $20 a month on payments. A whopping $600 in overall savings. Plus, receive $150 towards mobile accessories. Some conditions apply. Call 688-2677 to upgrade and maximize your benefits this summer.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines this summer? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your summer getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health. The UOG Endowment Foundation and Guam Visitors Bureau, in collaboration with Choice Broadcasting, bring you Tanel Live on Guam. Join us for 2 shows. Thursday, September 5th for a tropical night with Tanel, an intimate unplugged VIP show at the Hotel Nico Guam. And Saturday, September 7th for the general concert at Jeff's Pirates Cove. Enjoy the beautiful concert space down south, complete with UOG booths and vendor pop-ups. Tickets on sale at Guam time.
Your 7 o'clock local news is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Half a day at 7:06. I'm Donna DeJesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. 53-year-old Charles Klein has been charged with strangulation, drug possession, and family violence. The charges follow multiple assault complaints by a woman known to him. In May, Klein assaulted the victim by pressing his forearm against her throat. In June, he was accused of punching her twice after following her into her home. He was arrested earlier this week during a traffic stop. Police found a clear plastic baggie with a white substance in his cigarette pack. A field test indicated the substance was meth. And a dancer from Club Foxy in Tumon has been accused of stealing items from a Navy sailor's hotel room. Police say Elena Arana, also known as Elena Mitchell, took 3 pairs of Jordan sneakers, an iPhone, and a diamond necklace from his room at the Bayview Hotel. The sailor from the USS Abraham Lincoln admitted he was intoxicated and struggled to recall details, but noticed the items were missing after his shipmates left. Arana told police the sailor gave her the items as payment for a private dance, but claimed she threw them away. Surveillance footage is being reviewed. More news after this.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
The Guam Election Commission has closed candidate filings for the upcoming general election. 5 candidates are vying for 3 seats on the CCU. Pedro Roy Martinez, Melvin Duenas, Nonito Blas, Charles Ada II, and Evangeline Cepeda. For the Board of Education, 7 candidates are competing for the 6 seats. Peter Alexis Ada, Ron McNitch, Maria Gutierrez, Judy Guthertz, Angel Sablan, and Mary Okada and Ronald Azuzu. BJ Cruz is running unopposed for public auditor. And GDOE's declaration of emergency has sparked community concerns and frustrations as the new school year's start has been delayed. Schools were initially set to open yesterday, but the start has been pushed to August 15 due to pending health inspections. GDOE Superintendent Eric Swanson announced that the department plans to use ARP funds to expedite repairs, focusing on restrooms, air conditioning, and lighting. Significant funds are set aside for repairs to southern schools. Despite these efforts, the emergency declaration is not expected to provide additional help. And those were your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
But the help will come from the Guadeloupe. There's here comes the cavalry. They're gonna go.
Who stole my Jordans?
Here it comes. Oh my God, that story. All right. I love this. I'd not seen this story in the Magistrate report, but yes, a dancer from Club Foxy charged with stealing from a Navy sailor after she went to his room at the Bayview Hotel, according to the Magistrate report. 36-year-old Elena Arana, charged with theft of property as a second-degree felony. It looks like, it started off early, 6:37 Monday. Cops went to the hotel to investigate an incident that occurred, the previous night. Okay, sailor from the Abraham Lincoln told police he went drinking with shipmates. Imagine that. Wow, imagine out having a drink with the lads. Met a dancer at Club Foxy. All the good stories start off that way. He asked later the woman to meet him back at the hotel when she got off of work. And anyway, Sailor and the other crew members went to his hotel room, continued drinking, and Arana...
Get off, girl.
Arana showed up about 3 o'clock in the morning. It was right up the street, isn't it?
Yeah. It's walking distance.
It's walking distance.
Yeah.
Right? Pass by the...
You don't need an Uber.
Never mind. Out back is closed. You better just come straight to the hotel. Okay. The sailor, quote, admits to being intoxicated and having difficulty remembering some details of the evening, but he did tell police that his shipmates left the room when Arana arrived. He said she took items worth about $2,900, a diamond chain necklace, an iPhone, and 3 pairs of Jordan sneakers. Now, in my
He's
life,
lucky he didn't get killed.
Why would you need any more than 1 pair of Jordan sneakers, Real Joe? Is there
the resale value on those, Ray?
Is
They're
there
really high.
an underground Jordan network here on Guam where people are buying and selling and trading in a black or a gray market?
I'm not talking,
these Jordan sneakers.
I ain't snitching.
Is this a thing? You get these guys aboard all of these ships that are coming to Guam. So what are you going to do when you get to Guam? Say, you know what? I'm going to go to Club Foxy. No. I'm going to go hang out at the beach. I'm going to go and I'm going to help out the church. And then you get some guys that's on. I'm going to go score me some Jordans, man. Yeah. Guam is the last bastion, if you will, for a massive underground inventory of Jordan
Guam
sneakers.
Story for him to keep forever.
Surveillance footage from the hotel was reviewed. Police went to Arana's home Tuesday night to speak with her. She said to officers that she went to the man's room in the early hours on Monday.
She's a homeowner.
He'd requested a private dance, and the items were given to her as payment, but she threw them in a trash bin near Wendy's. Because she wanted nothing to do with them. Love this story.
I hope she got them sauce nuggets. I really do, man.
Can I get a Frosty? Hold on a second. Can I pay you? I don't have any money, but I've got 3 pairs of Air Jordans. Can I get a Frosty? And that guy on the radio is always talking about the bacon fried rice. Can I get some of that? Because it's still early, right?
Can do.
I don't know. It's at 12 after... God, what an adventure. Both of them, I think, have got stories that they're going to love telling their kids and grandkids,
Let's
right?
start a GoFundMe and get her out, Ray.
7:12 in the morning. Buy her own place. Buy her own place. It wouldn't be the first time. Okay, this is ancient. Anybody in my age group will remember. Used to be a lady. Used to dance over at club. Was Yobo.
Yobo, yeah.
And she got to be really, really kind of popular here on Guam, and then she opened up her own bar down in Petey once upon a time. I don't think it was a strip joint. I think it was just turned into her place and was running that business for a long, long time. I think the building is still there, but she's long gone. Anyway, 7:13 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. It's probably supposed to get around to doing some kind of weather. Is that right? Is that what's in the mix, in the format now?
Right.
We don't follow formats on Friday. Partly sunny with highs near 88 degrees. Light variable winds over the course of the day. Mostly cloudy tonight with scattered showers. And that's the forecast we have for you all the way through the weekend. Partly sunny during the day. Maybe some scattered showers. Fairly warm. 88 degrees on the thermometer. It'll feel like 96, though. That's the magic of the heat index. And that's what we got for you on Sunday all the way through the weekend. Rip current high surf advisories are in effect right now, so be wary of all of that. A 30% chance of rain. Sunset tonight should be about 6:45, and there we go. I'm sorry. No, I'm all freaking out here. Joe Takai says, Ray, we can see the reflection on your glasses. Apparently, when I'm looking at looking at the thing.
What are they seeing, Ray?
I don't. Well. If you were watching, if you were stalking me in the last few minutes, Joe, what you were looking at in the glasses were a variety of pictures that I was able to find. This is a screen cap I grabbed from the video with Regine Tugade. And so that's one of them. I've got another one over here, and there's so she's making peace sign at the camera, and then there's another one where she winks at the camera. Like I said, it's all very cheeky. They're calling it a thirst trap, and I'm not going to try to explain it to you because it's one of those. It's like one of those millennial phrases like Riz and no cap or whatever. So you might have to go and dig out the definition of it by yourself. But I went to Twitter afterwards and did a search for Tugade, and she's got all kinds of fans that are posting pictures of her. Evenfinity is posting pictures of Regine, little videos of Regine. Absolutely, if anybody else, I'd say, hey man, you're stalking our chick, dude. But otherwise, it's kind of cool. NAACP Youngboy says there's too many to name, but these are my top track baddies this Olympics. Nielsen, Penado, Hall, and Tugade. There's another one here, Roy Drones, and they've done one of these TikTok deals. So it's a TikTok video of Regine Tugade, and she's going to, what's she going to do? She's going to wave at the camera or something like that. And then there's somebody sitting there looking at her. Right, in the civilian. Now she's waving, and then the girl in the camera starts waving back to her. It's just the sweetest thing. Alejandro with one of these GIF videos. Me, when I see them announce Regine Tugade Watson from Guam at 2 a.m. at the Olympics, and it's this guy drinking a glass of wine, and all of a sudden he hears her name, and he stands up at attention. And Dan DeLois has posted this picture of Regine up on Twitter. I don't know where it was, screen cap or wherever it came from, but that is an outstanding picture. And I just, I'm kind of love the idea that our little girl from Guam participating in the Olympics, going places where only a couple of people have ever gone before, is getting a lot of attention, bringing a lot of attention. Depressed Keldon writes, Eva Swoboda and Regine Tugade are the only reasons why I'm watching track and field in the Olympics. Isn't that sweet? So we got there's a fan base for all of these people, and I think maybe it'd be fun to have like a Regine Tugade homecoming deal. Everybody over at GVB, we got to find a way to take all of this goodwill that she and we have gotten as a result of her participation with that. Apparently, that's a child-sized shirt that she's wearing. So maybe when she gets back to run, tight, maybe Derek can give her a bigger shirt, something like just like regular small instead of extra small. 7:17 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. News, weather, all of that together right here in The Point.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Hoffaday. Kim Anderson from Security Title here to share some behind-the-scenes functions of a title company. First, we search the chain of title to property, and when a critical link is missing, we work with the owners to correct their ownership. When it comes to a sale, we work closely with realtors and lenders to ensure a smooth closing. Finally, we back up our work with a title insurance policy that guarantees the buyer they actually own the property. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
On the microphone, Raymond. Portions of the Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
7:19, Ray Gibson Show. Lots and lots going on here. Lots in the table of contents and all kinds of things being added to it, including the love and honor and respect and adoration. I think adoration might be a good word that Regine Tugati is getting.
Ray, crushing.
Worldwide crushes. Now everybody's going to want to come to Guam and see if everybody looks like this. 7:19 in the morning. Speaking of coming to Guam, welcome back to Guam, Dr. Tom Shay. Went hanging out with the grandbaby and everybody out in Hawaii.
Hey, hi. Good morning, Ray.
Morning. How was the trip? Would you bring me back?
Nothing.
oh, like last time. Okay. All right. Gotcha.
I travel a lot, so basically I just go on and off the plane. I really don't carry big luggages, just a backpack and maybe a small carry-on. That's it.
You'd posted on your social media this morning about trying to get about 3.5 hours of sleep and then going to work. Did you get it?
Yeah. No. I got woken up about half an hour into my sleep, and then after that, I couldn't sleep until maybe 1 o'clock, and then 4:30 I got up. So 3.5 hours after midnight, which is pretty good actually. Yeah. And I had a baby delivery about 5:30 this morning.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I don't know how you maintain. I don't know how you maintain that schedule.
Thomas, so I haven't had a Thomas in a while.
Nice. 20 after 7 o'clock in the morning. Dr. Shay on the line. I was waiting for you to say that one of the things that woke you up in the middle of the night was somebody sending you a video of Governor Lulian Guerrero making a break, trying to sort out a deal to regain control over the Department of Education, the superintendent, and even the Ed Board.
Well, the governor always, in my opinion, always has some control, right? Because, if you really think about it, look at GMH. It's got a board of directors. It's got a CEO. But, if you really look at the video someone sent, it's just basically saying the campaign promises. If you put someone in charge, it doesn't mean they're going to get things done. Now, the way I see it, I think Chris Barnett has done a pretty good job in raising the attention that this is a last-minute thing that they're trying to do. I know the school should have been preparing like maybe back in April, March, May, in the whole summer. That was probably they're supposed to have that, I don't know, call it whatever you want, call it SWAT. You can come up with an acronym or something, whatever you want to call it.
But you go back a year and a half now. It was February or so of last year. I want to say that February, March last year, that there was a big touting going on from Adelup about a meeting that Josh Tenorio had, Lieutenant Governor had, and the proposal for a whole of government approach to help resolve the problems over at the Department of Education. I think they had Judy Wanpat was going to be in charge of all of that, and then nothing. I didn't hear anything about it. And you'll recall a statement made in the State of the Island address by Governor Lulian Guerrero a couple of island addresses ago that basically touted the same thing, that they were going to reach in there and take control and resolve to the best capabilities of the government and Adelup and the cabinet, resolve all the problems in the Department of Education, and then nothing.
Yeah. Government taking control is not necessarily always a good thing. If you look at the private sector, that's why I always ask my Facebook, how are the private schools doing? I haven't heard anything about the private school side, right? So, sometimes government control is not a good thing. It may be a bad thing. So they may want to turn Department of Education over to the private sector and see how they manage it and how they maintain it. And follow suit on how the private schools are doing it.
What are we going to do with all of the people that are going to get let go? Because if somebody in the private sector takes over, I think there's going to be a whole lot of personnel that are going to be found unnecessary and redundant.
Well, no, not necessarily. If I was running for office, I would say,
what do you doctors always say about Guam Memorial Hospital? Lots of employees, lots of them not necessarily core to the mission, and in some cases redundant. The same thing would happen in a school.
Well, I think a better approach is to do this, right? You have to maybe transfer some of the Guam employee into the private sector. And, the private sector is not a bad thing, for Guam employees. It's not necessarily, if you qualify for the job, you should get the job, or you get retrained, etc. So I don't think that there's fear that's out there that, hey, if you have the private sector over, you're going to lose your job. There's always a fear-mongering again, right? But, you cannot lead the island by you have no say, and those things just cannot happen. We don't live in a communist society where you have one leader and that leader dictates everything and no one else has a say on it. That's the wrong approach. I think the approach that we have to do is making sure that the kids get an adequate education, a safe education, and a healthy education. By the way, I went to public school. I went to public school. I graduated from public school. I didn't do very well in public school, but I had a clean bathroom, and I appreciated that because sometimes I have to run to my clinic just to use the bathroom because sometimes GMH bathroom is not that clean either. So I hate to say this, but sometimes government control is not a good thing. And I'll be talking a little bit about maternal fetal health at a Rotary Club next week. So on the 14th, if you get a chance, you come down and listen to my talk a little bit.
I don't know. I got to get ready for the installation of the new Archbishop.
On the 14th?
That's on the 15th. But it'll take me some time.
Bring the Archbishop.
Need to go find my cassock.
Bring the Archbishop to the Rotary Talk. That would be great. We're talking about mothers and babies. We're talking about babies,
Yep. I haven't had a chance to meet and do the interviews with him, and frankly, I was just kidding. I appreciate the points that you're making, and run parallel with some of the points that I want. Governor wants in on the school disaster, and the theory is that if we let Adelup run things, that they'll be able to resolve all of the issues as they did at the Agana swimming pool, as we do with Guam Memorial Hospital, the homeless issue, the problems with drugs and crime here on Guam, cost of living, etc. All of those things we are so much better off now because we've got as big and a thriving government as we have right now.
Now, one other point that I thought it was good to bring up, Attorney General Moylan, I think he was the first one to bring up the fact that public health signed off a document, but they didn't really inspect the schools. So I think that would have been the tip of the iceberg. And, I want to congratulate him for pointing that out because from that point on, I think that was last year or the year before he pointed that out. Why didn't they take care of that? Why didn't they start inspecting and making sure? They're going to always say this, right? They're going to always say, we have been. It takes a long time. It's doing this, it's that.
The learned helplessness is what Bob Klitsky refers to that as. We can't do it with all the money that we have, with all the resources that we have. There's no way that we can possibly do this. It took them a year to inspect and pass 20 schools in the government of Guam, and now we've got 18 that are still left wanting. It's going to be a long, long time before we get any of this stuff done. You might have heard the conversation I had with Mary Okada on the air yesterday, and she's a terrific woman, and maybe the best, among the best and brightest in the entire government of Guam over at Guam Community College, but even she acknowledges that there's going to be this is not going to happen as quickly as everybody thinks it is. 7:26, I got to break away. Doc, welcome home. You have a fantastic day, and maybe I will see you at Rotary next week.
Yeah, come on down and we'll have a quick chat. You can ask me any questions you want. But, Mary Okada is a nice person over at GCC. And she's correct, but, we shouldn't wait till the last minute until school starting and then talk about this. This should be talking about last year.
Amen.
Sure, there was a typhoon, but we recovered from the typhoon. So let's get going, and this should have been done. This should have been a priority, right? They always talk about priorities, health, education, safety. Well, the kids are out there. They want to go to school. That's a good thing.
Well,
the kids want to go to school.
Doc, I'm going to underscore this, scored on this, and then I'm going to let you go. At least we had a good showing at FestPac. At least we had a great time at FestPac.
They had a good wave. I saw that wave at UOG. That was a nice wave.
All right.
So if they could put that energy into schooling, I think that would be great.
All right. I'll talk to you pretty soon. Dr. Tom Shay with us. You have a fantastic rest of the day. And happy actual birthday to young Thomas, delivered earlier this morning. 7:27, Jerry Roberts is in the studio. Can you tell it's Friday? No frowny faces here today. I don't know if you saw the 4-minute or so plug that the governor made on the video, wanting to go in there and solve the problems over in the Department of Education by essentially taking over The Department of Education.
Oh.
That's the plan.
Okay.
That's what the legislation looks
Is
like.
she bringing vouchers with her?
There's a conversation. I hate to say it. It's just fun to talk about on the radio, but it will never ever go anywhere. Eddie Calvo tried vouchers 15 years ago, 16 years ago, and that went over like as the proverbial lead balloon. We get into something happier. Jerry Roberts, and every Friday it's a very special extra point, just like today's. Brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. Jer.
Thank you. Over the course of 1,600 plus extra points, and including one recently, we've talked a few times about being well known for one thing, being the best at that one thing, and that would be a big positive. Now, our thoughts on that just got validated by a guy who pushed the concept to an extreme at the Paris Olympics. We'll get into this next on the Extra Point.
New benefits are taking flight. Instead of 2 times miles, the United credit card from First Hawaiian Bank is now introducing 3 times miles on every dollar spent on United tickets purchased through United ticketing channels. Apply by August 31st, 2024, and if approved, you can earn 35,000 miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months. Get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United credit card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
As I said before, it's a good thing to be known for being the best at something. What are you known for? Sports, academics, cooking, singing, racing, praying, and the list would get very long if we continued. Is there a particular aspect of your job that your peers agree you are absolutely the best at? Michael Jordan is the name most often given for the best basketball player of all time. That being said, Jordan wasn't the best shooter, percentage-wise. He wasn't the best free thrower or rebounder. And he didn't hand out the most assists that enabled his teammates to score baskets. He didn't win the most championships. That was a fellow named Bill Russell of the Boston Celtics. Jordan wasn't the best at any of those major statistics, but his total talent in all those things exceeded anyone else. Yet, what was he best at? Well, near as I can figure, it was this. In the fourth quarter of games, he was the best at taking over the contest and doing whatever was needed to ensure that the Chicago Bulls won. No other player has ever matched Jordan's dominance late in games. At the Olympics in Paris, a young man named Steven Nedorachik has become something of a sensation, competing in an event known as the pommel horse. Ray was a champion of this at one time. You might remember it from high school athletics. You mounted this thing, looked like a horse, and then twisted and turned your body at various angles and trying not to bang any of your parts against any of the horse's parts. That would deduct points. And then you dismounted cleanly to the cheers of a gym packed full of adoring fans. Well, that's the idea. Even if the gym wasn't packed, and even if you couldn't hoist yourself up on the horse, Nedorachik is part of the American gymnastics team, and the pommel horse is his only event. He is truly a specialist. America hasn't won a medal in men's gymnastics in 16 years. I should say hadn't, and the team was hungry for it, to say the least. Now, if you're a one-event athlete, you need to be the equivalent of a home run hitter. You have to deliver a performance that knocks it out of the park. Otherwise, why would you be on the team? When it matters most, you absolutely have to score. So there's more to the story. Nedorachik suffers from 2 eye conditions. One, strabismus. Strabismus is a misalignment of the eyes, and the other is coloboma, when a part of the eye is missing. Nedorachik has released videos that detail his eye issues, and they have gone viral. Nedorachik is also a bit of a showman. He wears thick Clark Kent-style black horn-rimmed glasses, which he whips off just before he performs his routine. America needed a big number from Steven Nedorachik, and he didn't disappoint. The 25-year-old from Massachusetts didn't have the best score of the event or earn the gold medal, but his routine was crisp and strong, and he took the bronze medal. Why was that significant? because it allowed the American gymnasts to take the bronze in the overall competition, their first medal in the sport in 16 years. Some people are meant to be specialists, others generalists. Some excel at pommel horse, some are wizards at spreadsheets or AI, or they make great sushi, you name it. There are as many ways to be successful as a specialist as there are people on the planet. But what holds true for all of us is that we're more likely to reach our dreams if, like Stephen Nedorachik, the pommel horse guy, we're very clear about what we're really good at. And that's where we place a big part of our emphasis. If you're really good at something, how good can you be if you really worked at it? That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today for 93.3 FM, The Ray Gibson Show, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
Go and find some other Olympic stories that, besides Regine Tugati in her running outfit from Run Guam and Lululemon and all of that stuff. I mean, they're very exciting stories. But then there's a couple of other interesting ones where you got people that are in the Olympics now, and maybe they just started in that sport that they're in, like last year, and all of a sudden find themselves in the Olympics.
Imagine that.
Yeah, and it's true, and it's happened for a bunch of people that they either felt like they were too old for it or just recently started in a game. But it's anybody's game if you can figure out how to put all of yourself into it and get the training and the coaching and the technology that you need to improve. Maybe that's all it's going to take for you to make it so. Like that Turkish shooter. Every time I think about things, I think about the Turkey. He's 55 years old, got a cat and a daughter, and he doesn't have any of the special highfalutin equipment. He didn't come out there, in some fancy outfit, with the dry fits and the modified glasses. Just came out there and took a shot with a gun and managed to pull it off.
Yeah.
Fun times. And
imagine, with all of that, and not having the background of the professionals, quote-unquote professionals, so to speak, in the field, although it's amateur athletics. The point of it is, they're on the same field at the same time on the world stage as the others are. It's amazing.
So cool. And despite the misgivings that many of us had in the beginning of the Olympics with that satanic opening ceremony and a few other botched errors, maybe it looks like the Paris Olympics have managed to find themselves. Still watching the medal count between the United States and China. That's been going back and forth over the last couple of days. The United States in the lead right now with 103 medals, but that's not what they look at. They don't look at the total number of medals. You are in the lead if you have the most gold, and the United States right now is going to be carrying 30 gold medals home, in the very least. China has got 29 of those. So United States leading in both gold and the medal count. China with 73 medals overall. Australia at third place, followed by France, but it's a distant third and fourth. In fifth place is Guam. No, wait.
Oh.
No. Sorry, we're not in fifth place. We're in the fifth column here, but we're not actually placing. We don't have any gold. We don't have any silver. We don't have any bronze. And our total medal count right now is 0. But we've got our girl Regine Tugati, who is listed on many people's Twitter pages as one of the baddies of the Olympics. And that's a good thing.
That's a good thing.
7:36 in the morning. There's Jerry Roberts and the Extra Point. Dying to hear some of the other stuff that we probably could talk about a little bit. So you've been reading up on my boy Walls?
He's got problems.
No, he's got. I'm trying to figure all of this stuff out. Here, a friend of mine he's very unhappy with what he's seeing in poll numbers. He said, "Did you see Kamala is up 8 points in one of the polls that are out there? Seems like the Dems of old have gone now completely. They just rather bow to the Democrat machine than vote their conscience." Maybe they don't have one anymore. Can't get over it. She was the last of the primary when she ran against Joe, and now she's the horse to beat. What a blanked up world, et cetera, et cetera. How is it possible that somebody who just 3 weeks ago acknowledged planet-wide as being the least popular vice president and least accomplished vice president in the history of the United States of America is all of a sudden +8 over Trump?
No, how many polls are out there?
Oh, yeah. And I remember the ones. I remember the ones that showed how far and away Hillary was against Trump back in 2016.
I mean, it used to be the Gallup poll was the poll years ago. There was like one poll, that was it.
Yeah.
And now you've got literally 40 or 50 different pollsters out there, and one side or the other dismisses this one and dismisses that one, and then maybe there's a dozen of them that are in the main that are down the middle. Maybe they're accurate. What I'm hearing is don't worry about the polls till after these so-called debates, if they happen. Around the middle of September is about when we should start paying attention to polls.
Yeah.
Right about then.
Nothing now. Don't worry. She was going to get a bounce when she got the nomination. She sort of got the nomination. She was going to get a bounce when Biden yippee-ki-yayed from the race. She was going to get a bounce when she announced a vice presidential candidate one way or the other. And she's got the fawning media as all of the Democrats do. So there might be a little bit more to all of that. But I don't disagree. As Wall Street says, I'm going to use this as a quote forever. Just don't look. Don't look at it and don't touch anything, and then just ride it out. 7:38 in the morning. Jerry Robertson, the extra point. You want to get Jerry Roberts in your face, or you want to get in his face? Go to GuamTraining.com on the World Wide Web and get your signed up for a number of workshops that are coming up. Stop driving your workers crazy. Admin magic, and one that I think every new supervisor should go to is to learn the differences between the generations, what separates them, and where they work together, and how to help them work together. Donna D with a look at news and headlines now. This one here being brought to you by the guys over at BK. Waiting now for a word on when the fiery menu is going to be coming. But they got some stuff over there they're going to love. Look, if they don't come with a fiery menu, just put some Tabasco on it, some Kimasan, and make it fiery for your own self. Also being brought to you by Piga's Best Realty of 2023. That's Safaday Realty. Joe D, Libby, Saran, Auntie Loli, and an entire team of pros waiting for you to call 588-4232. Now with the news, here's Donna. What's going on?
Governor Lilian Guerrero has called a special session to consider a measure transferring control of public education to her. This follows a state of emergency declared for GDOE due to school maintenance issues. The proposal would give the governor authority over GDOE until January 2027 and suspend the GDOE Financial Supervisory Commission's powers. The special session will be held at 10 o'clock today. Meanwhile, Senator Chris Barnett has criticized the governor's call for a special session, arguing that GDOE does not need her direct oversight to improve. Barnett noted that while the governor had previously avoided her using her authority to help schools, the whole of government approach is welcome. He praised GDOE staff and volunteers for their efforts and hopes the new support will prevent delays for the next school year. And GCC is now part of the Metallica Scholars Initiative, receiving $75,000 to enhance its ship repair boot camps, which train students for high-demand marine trades vital to the U.S. Navy's Pacific mission. Metallica's James Hetfield praised the program for breaking trade skill stigmas and helping non-traditional students. Since 2019, the initiative has helped over 8,000 students nationwide. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
I got you. 741 on the Ray Gibson Show, 888-825-5888-TALK. A variety of observations coming in on all of my social medias, including my WhatsApp. My WhatsApp's been blowing up since yesterday. People sending me copies of this.
It's hot.
Have you seen this video? Yes, I've seen it. If the governor will now fix maintenance and get schools ready, okay. But why does the governor need control of hiring and curriculum to fix the schools? Remember when she proposed the legislation that they are going to go over at 10 o'clock this morning. I wonder if the speaker had other business. I wonder if she had other things that she wanted to do. Maybe you'll go get her hair and nails done with the police lady. Well, I wonder. I'm sorry, that's a throwback to one of this week's,
never forget.
Yeah, stories about was it this week or last week where the allegations being made of a female police officer on duty in uniform going and getting her hair and her nails and her lashes did and was picked up by another police officer in a unit in his uniform as well. But don't worry. An internal investigation is being conducted. I'm sorry. But getting back to this, Governor wants to add another act to the Guam Code Annotated. No, I'm sorry. Wait a second. That's not quite the verbiage there. Basically, what she wants to do is to take over the Department of Education. There's a number of notwithstanding any other provisions, and what she wants to do is take over all duties, responsibilities, and authorities of the Guam Education Policy Board and the Superintendent of Education as provided in Guam law, and all of those duties, responsibilities, and authorities should be transferred to the governor's office. Does that include administration? Does that, how much of the of the curriculum is that going to include? Why does it need to include all of that if virtually all of the work that needs to get done at the Department of Education has to do with just fixing the place up and getting it in a position where they can follow the rules and regulations of the Department of Public Health and Social Services? As I said, very, very interesting stuff. 7:43, more like that on the way.
Every Monday at FHP Island Optical is Mystery Monday. Spin the wheel and receive amazing frame discounts up to 15%. Or hit the wild card for $40 off. Seniors, you'll save an extra 5%. Use your optical benefits, some conditions apply. And choose from our store-wide frame selection. Don't miss out on Mystery Mondays, where your new look is just a spin away. FHP Island Optical is located in Tamuning at the Century Plaza. FHP Island Optical, Guam's premier eyewear boutique.
It's sizzling out there, folks, and GTA's hot summer deals are turning up the heat. Switch to GTA and get up to $375 off a brand new iPhone 15 when you sign up for any unlimited wireless plan. That's $16.55 a month on our installment plan. But wait, there's more. We're waiving the activation fee and giving you a port-in credit. That's right, extra savings just for joining the GTA family. Limited time offer, terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information. GTA, we start the summer with you.
Beyond the Box time, 7:44 on the Ray Gibson Show. Swing by Beyond the Box. They got everything that you need. In fact, always talking about charge and stuff. And I think Anker came out with even more products, ANKER. And I'm not going to say that, it's like the ultimate Anker distributorship experience is waiting for you at Beyond the Box. But everybody that I have sent there to solve all of their electrical charging needs, whether you just want to make sure you've got a power bank later on in the day in case your phone goes dead or something that you want to consolidate all of the charging of all of the gizmos that need to get charged at your house. Anker is the product, and you can find them all at Beyond the Box at the Micronesia Mall. Just a quick look at what's happening on the roadways right now. Whatever was happening in front of Anderson Air Force Base, 36 Wing Commander came out and fixed it because I'm no longer seeing any slowdowns in that area. Southbound Marine Corps Drive. Hey, go fix it down at DePauw there, General, because could use some general hands-on in that area, as it usually does. 1 and 3 looking pretty good today. Actually, there's a little bit more traffic at the Micronesia Mall intersection. It looks like folks trying to get into Route 16 from over there, and a little bit of traffic from 16 just trying to get to Marine Corps Drive. Must be a good-looking panhandler today. Southbound on 8, 10, and 16, not so bad. A little bit of traffic, mostly on the Route 8 side of that intersection. Once you pass that, it's a clear shot into Agana. Route 10 looking good. A bunch of spots on Route 4 that needs your attention. 4 and 10 over at the Ta'i intersection, and then a little bit more over at the Cost You Less intersection, and a little bit more up around Sinahanya, Afami, and the Ordot area. So expect some delays going through there. If you're downtown Agana and trying to make your way down to Big Navy and Suwai, the straight shot, buddy, it's looking pretty good. 7:45. Simon Sanchez on the line coming up next.
Wow, Bank Pacific, 70 years.
That's right.
Are you celebrating?
You bet. For starters, we opened in 1954, so we're offering a very special personal loan with rates as low as 5.4% APR.
5.4?
And you can borrow up to $50,000 for whatever. Summer travel, back to school, paid on credit cards.
Can I apply online?
Yes, and in any of our convenient offices. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots for 70 years.
Equal opportunity lender. Conditions apply.
At Guam Regional Medical City, we strive to care for our patients as we would our family members. With a team of interventional cardiologists, GRMC provides advanced care treatments for heart failure and heart attacks, coronary artery diseases, atrial fibrillation, and more. Let us care for your heart, one beat at a time. To make an appointment, contact GRMC's referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 633-4762.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Interesting. Bunker Online says 51-year-old skateboarder took the bronze at the Olympics. Ow! And they got me thinking about other old farts at the Olympic. And so you can go and look it up and find out who the oldest one. But a story I thought was cool because it talks about a wide range of ages. The People's Republic of China, an 11-year-old skateboarder, Zhang Haohao, made it through, and Spain's 65-year-old equestrian rider Juan Antonio Jimenez. Lots of generations continuing to break records in the French capital, making history for Team USA is a lady named Laura Kraut. Laura Kraut, 58 years old, and she won a silver in the show jumper competition. Did you watch any of that?
No, man.
You know why? Because they wear too many clothes. There's a horse in there, and they wear too many clothes, but it's basically, horses jumping over stuff. And she, 58 years old, got some silver, and among those, and the American team making history.
Strong hips.
7:48 in the more speed of strong hips. I got Simon Sanchez from the Consolidated Commission on Utilities, but a different side that I got to talk with on the phone yesterday. Just rattling off some thoughts and some theories about do we even need a primary election? If we, and you use the word ennui, which is I love that word. Very rarely ever get to use it. And so are we at peak ennui for voters and their desires to vote on behalf of parties on Guam in a primary election? Si?
Well, unfortunately, we to ennui, and maybe we need to, the spirit of the French Olympic or the Paris Olympics. And we're speaking more French than we ever will the rest of our lives. But yeah, it's something we should think about, because we're seeing declining participation. First time in our lifetime, neither party put 30 people together, and it really and now we're going to have a general election anyway, and we hardly eliminated anybody in the primary,
right?
And that seems to be a recurring trend. Even prior elections, we're barely, sometimes it's rare that two parties have both put in 30, and I know the Republicans have had challenges. So just put everybody on, you get your signatures in, and just have the general election, one election. And for the one-on-ones like governor and Congress, if that's not enough voters, then you might have to have a runoff. But only then would you pay for a second election. But I think they should think about it. That maybe we don't need to have primaries. We do that as a favor for the political parties, but there's a lot more independent folks, I think, that are less affiliated than our parents and our generation. And the one thing you notice too is that the largest source of voter registration is driver's license. So we're registering people that want to get their driver's license who probably would have never registered to vote anyway. And that's sort of exacerbating the non-participation ratio, right? That we've got people that just don't want to vote. And if any people are going to vote, it's generally the general, right? Even independents say, why do I need to get involved? Save it for the general election. That's where we have the best turnout. Even if it's declining turnout, the best one we're going to have is at the general election. So I think our elected officials need to think about whether we really need to have a primary anymore. And, the other thing I thought about, too, is they could try it for the next election and see what happens. And if they don't like it, they can go back. But I think we need to think about whether it's good for the public to pay for what essentially is a party election.
As many people have proclaimed over the years, including Dr. Ron McNinch, and I know that there has been so much built-in hesitation to making a whole lot of what we would refer to as wholesale changes. But it wasn't that long ago, Si, that if you wanted a seat in the legislature, you had to run in a district, that you would represent, I suppose. And what did we try that for? An election, decided we didn't like it, and then went back to the old way.
Yep, you can always change your mind. That's how democracy works, and you elect elected officials, and they get to pass laws. In fact, shifting quickly to another subject, we went through the governor of Guam runs education. Then we amended the Organic Act to say the government of Guam runs the education. So then they passed a law that took the governor out, put the elected board in. And remember, the elected board is 8 of the 12 seats are appointed by the governor, confirmed by the legislature. So even the governor and the legislature have direct influence on those appointees in terms of what to do with DOE. And DOE is a long-term issue in terms of fixing the infrastructure. And when I think about infrastructure, I look at how the utilities do it. And yeah, it takes 2 years to build a solar farm, but 2 years later you have a solar farm. And we've just never got off the dime with fixing our schools, funding it properly, and having a plan that says even in 2 years this school will be rebuilt, that school will be rebuilt. In my grandfather's school, George Washington's even older, and we're going to have to look at rebuilding these schools. And I hate to say it, but one reason property taxes are low here compared to the U.S. is the U.S. raises property taxes to fix schools. And maybe that discussion has to be thought about, right, by our elected officials. So I just throw that out for Friday conversation. And one more thing. There's only 2 seats available on the CCU this year, not 3. And God bless Maria Pangilinan. She's got so much going on. She gave the same information to KUAM. But Peter Roy Martinez's seat, he's running for re-election. And longtime chairman Joey Duenas is retired. So his seat is open. So we're going to have a new member on the CCU to help out with our utilities.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
never a dull
and
moment.
even you're talking about the utilities. Even that is a recent the Consolidated Commission on Utilities, and some people love, some people hate. I personally love the Consolidated Commission on Utilities. If for no other reason, it takes the responsibility of the direction and policy of our utilities out of the hands of the legislature. I've grown up on Guam, born and raised on Guam, and if we left everything like that, important decisions about the utilities, we get the worst answers possible out of the legislature. And so I thought it was a good idea back in the day. You get guys like Mark Forbes and other big thinkers that said, let's get this out from under the legislature and find people that have got the more of a technical sense than God gave horses, and put them in positions where they can determine the direction that our utilities need to go. And not everybody's going to like the decisions that they make, but in the very least, at least there's some semblance of thinking that goes into it, other than is this going to help me get reelected?
Well, let me tickle another one of your fancies. We're an elected board. We are part-time. We get a modest stipend, right? And we manage 2 utilities that have over $2 billion in assets owned by the people of Guam, $500 to $700 million a year, almost 50 to 75% of the annual revenue of the government of Guam is in these 2 utilities, but it's run by a part-time elected board. So you're still accountable to the people, but you don't have to be in the legislature. How many emergency sessions have we had on DOE in the last 2 weeks? And how many more laws do you need to pass? The laws are there. And when you have a full-time legislature, and I've been there, but one reason I would go back is I see how much time, frankly, is wasted by otherwise good people just going back and forth on the same thing because they think they got to earn their $50,000 or $80,000 a year to pass another 1,000 laws that never get implemented and that are sort of carbon copies of all the other laws. And the CCU, we're in our 22nd year, elected part-time, governing a 24/7 operation like Guam, right? But you don't have to have it full-time. And you could invite more people to participate that don't have to give up their job. I've always wondered, if a teacher wanted to run for the legislature, why would they have to quit teaching? In fact, maybe you want that teacher in there, not the retired teacher, the one that's in there. Right?
Yeah. Well, Barry Mead, you remember, one of our favorite loud talkers on the radio, and he could have made, I think, a pretty effective legislator at concentrating on the needs of the teachers and the needs of the students. He'd been in the system for as long as he was, and the only way that he could get in there was to quit his job. And I thought, well, what's the point then?
Right. So I think that's another thing is go to a part-time legislature, open it up, don't restrict anybody's right to vote, don't have primaries. If you get enough signatures, you're on the general election, and the top 15 get into the legislature, of course the other seats are going to have to be the way they are. But I think we should look at that. It works for the CCU, and we're in our 22nd year, and we're not in receivership. We pay our bills. Yes, rates have gone up. But you have assets that have been built, over $2 billion in assets. We've built over $1 billion in assets at GWA in the last 22 years.
Not even including the ones that
school remains.
Not even including the one side that we didn't actually have to pay for because of deals and smart negotiations that were made between us and the military and the federal government of the United States of America.
Yeah, DOD built their own school, but for wastewater, they paid for the People's Wastewater Facility, $170 million. We got DOD to pay for that because it impacted us and they needed it. And you can have those conversations, but you have to deliver the service. And that's what all of our students and our parents of students, that's all they're asking for. Please help DOE teach our kids, fix the facilities, pay the teachers well, and get on with doing a better job with it. And this headache has lasted way too long, and the frustration level is high. And so I hope our elected officials would think about these things, because we are in the definition of insanity when it comes to DOE. We keep doing the same thing, expecting different results. Let's have another special session. Let's pass another bill. it's the execution part that has failed. We have plenty of policy. We need to focus on executing. And sometimes it's going to be painful. Sometimes it's going to be a difficult decision. Sometimes you might have to raise a tax or a rate. But if it produces a better outcome that we all want, then that's the price of progress.
And sometimes we're going to have to eat that. Simon Sanchez, always a delight talking with you. Appreciated the phone time yesterday, and glad for some phone time today on the radio.
All right. Have a great weekend, Point family, and great job as always, Ray. Thanks you sound really good when I'm doing those deadlifts.
Thanks very much. Get back in there. Maybe we'll see you at the next Olympics.
I doubt it.
Come on. It's time for inspiration and inspiring stories here. Let me see. Randy Landis. I'm old enough to remember when school started after Labor Day. This is maybe heading back to that. Stephen Blake, low voter turnout because everybody has left the island. That isn't interesting, wasn't it? You know what? But Cy brings up an interesting point. You got to look at the genesis of the numbers. 31% of 60,000 or so, maybe 65,000 registered voters. But of the 65,000 registered voters, how many of them really wanted to vote in an election? There you go. It's the motor voter registration, and it's just another checkbox on the application, right? You want to be a registered voter? Okay, we'll go ahead and send the paperwork to Maria and everybody over at the Election Commission, and now you're on the list, even though you're just going, oh man, I just want to, can I have my driver's license, please? I've been in line for 5 days. Is it possible I can get the thing now? So there might be some of that going on where we have inflated the numbers of people that actually care about voting in an election, and when they don't show up, we're surprised and disappointed. So you do have something there. But there have been conversations back and forth over all of the years about why we need to have a primary, why we got to do this. I think one of them, and Cy brought up an interesting point as well, and we go straight to the general. You get enough signatures on and petitions done, and you file all the paperwork, and then you go straight to the general. And I think there are a lot of people in the party politics that don't want to do that because it would lubricate the process. He said, lubricate the process, and there's always time for lubrication. Lubricate the process for independents to garner a larger voice in the legislature, and maybe there's a little bit of deep state party work that is opposed to that kind of thing. And it certainly has sounded like that in the past. Hey,
drain the swamp.
Drain the swamp. We'll start all over again and find all new people. Anybody that's ever had anything to do with the government of Guam before, unless you want an award, thank you very much for your service. You're now retired. Here it comes, Fox on the Point.
A tale of two campaigns. I'm Tom Graham, Fox News. Former President Trump holding a press conference at his Mar-a-Lago estate today, reacting to Vice President Kamala Harris as the presumptive Democratic presidential nominee.
We have somebody that hasn't received one vote for president, and she's running, and that's fine with me. But we were given Joe Biden, and now we're given somebody else. And I think, frankly, I'd rather be running against somebody else.
Fox's Aisha Hosni is in West Palm Beach, Florida.
This presser comes on the heels of some polling that's come out recently that suggests that Kamala Harris is now beating Trump by at least a few points, a small bump, sometimes 6 to 8 points. And so there's been reporting that the former president has been really frustrated with the campaign, the state of the play, and where they go from here. So today, it was really all about getting the message across to the media, creating this juxtaposition between his campaign and the Kamala Harris campaign, basically saying that, look, I'm doing this press conference with reporters for more than an hour. I'm talking to the media. But Kamala Harris, who's now been the presidential nominee for a number of days, hasn't even taken a question from the press, even at these rallies.
VP Harris and her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, picking up an endorsement today from the United Auto Workers Union.
I couldn't be prouder to be on this ticket and couldn't be prouder to stand with UAW.
Harris also praising the endorsement.
I am so deeply honored as a lifelong supporter of union labor for Tim and I to have the endorsement of UAW.
Now, speaking in Wayne, Michigan, the pair also set to campaign in battleground Arizona today. A Nevada man jailed after he allegedly made threats against Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett and others. Bradley Nelson currently awaiting trial on Capitol riot charges. America's listening to Fox News.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Get ready for Micronesia Mall's 36th anniversary celebration. Mark your calendars for the main event on Saturday, August 10th from 12 to 3 p.m. with live entertainment, giveaways, and 3 grand raffles for round-trip tickets to Manila on Philippine Airlines. 1 ticket every hour will be raffled off thanks to Goodwin Travel. You must be present to win. Terms and conditions apply. Visit our social media for details.
Details continue to trickle in following last month's near assassination of Donald Trump at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. Fox's Alexis McAdams has details.
It's new body camera video that we put in a request for just weeks ago, so got it pretty quickly here. It shows that chaotic scene in Butler, Pennsylvania after those shots were fired into that crowd that day when former President Trump was nearly assassinated.
If you're not law enforcement, go! We don't know. Go!
There's been so much confusion still as the days have continued on exactly how this shooter was able to get up onto the roof. Law enforcement here was just doing everything they could to try and clear as many people out. I can tell you from being there that day, they were doing their best to just get the entire scene under control.
The incident remains under investigation. The waterworks just keep coming for millions. Tropical storm Debbie made landfall for a second time in South Carolina this morning after previously drenching Florida and Georgia. South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster reporting 0 deaths in his state.
I want to thank all the citizens for their participation. They were listening, watching, paying attention. They were being smart, they're being safe, and they're being good neighbors, and it has worked.
However, Debbie is blamed for at least 7 deaths elsewhere. The system is expected to continue lumbering up the East Coast in the coming days. The U.S. death rate fell last year for all age groups compared with 2022. According to federal health officials, COVID-19 fell to the 10th leading cause of death. Earlier in the pandemic, the virus was the nation's 3rd leading cause. Overall, there were nearly 3.1 million deaths in the U.S. last year. That's down from 3.3 million in 2022. And on Wall Street, stocks finishing with big gains. The Dow adding 683 points, the Nasdaq adding 464, the S&P 500 jumping 120, likely welcome after Monday's sell-off. I'm Tom Graham, and this is Fox News.
Imagine a place where Guam's homeless find comfort for a night. From the AG who brought you the Protect Yourself and Deport Air initiatives, now comes Project Dignity. A solid meal, a hot shower, a clean bed, a chance to rejoin society. Project Dignity. Work restores dignity. Coming soon to Guam.
The UOG Endowment Foundation and Guam Visitors Bureau, in collaboration with Choice Broadcasting, bring you Tanel live on Guam. Join us for 2 shows. Thursday, September 5th for a tropical night with Tanel, an intimate, unplugged, VIP show at the Hotel Nico Guam with marmar making and local vendor pop-ups. And Saturday, September 7th for a family-friendly Triton Festival at Jeff's Pirates Cove. Enjoy the cultural performances, UOG outreach booths, and a vendor pop-up of UOG alumni by the beautiful beachside. Tickets now on sale at Guam time. Special thanks to our sponsors, United Airlines, KUAM, J&G Enterprise, Heineken, ASC Trust, GTA, Matson, Docomo, Raymond James, Trivision Media, The Dugout, and Alter Ego. Hosted by me, Shanzi B from Star 101 and Drew Arcee from The Dugout. Support college affordability by attending these 2 shows.
Half a day, it's 8:06. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. The Guam Election Commission is delayed in certifying the primary election results due to ongoing issues. Executive Director Maria Pangilinan reports about 24 complaints and voter challenges under review. Provisional and absentee ballots are still being processed, with provisional voters having until August 13 to resolve issues. Certification is set for August 16. Disputes have also arisen over vote thresholds for candidates, particularly for mayoral and vice mayoral positions. Some candidates argue that the GEC's calculation of the 4% vote threshold should be adjusted based on district numbers. These concerns will be addressed in meetings on August 13 and 16, and a recount will be conducted for tight Democratic vice mayoral races. And the Mayor's Council is urging village mayors to spend their remaining funds before the end of the fiscal year on September 30. Council President Jesse Allig highlighted nearly $360,000 in federal ARP funds and about $877,000 from the limited gaming fund still available. While ARP funds can be used beyond September, the limited gaming fund may not roll over depending on the 2025 budget. Allig noted that each village received about $19,000 from the remaining ARP funds and $46,000 each from the limited gaming fund. He pointed out that some villages like Dedido, Asan, and Mangilao have significant unspent balances. Allig advises mayors to create open purchase orders and start using their funds. More news after this.
Braces for a little while for a lifetime of confident smiles. Let Dr. Kaneshiro DDS MS kindly walk you through the process of orthodontics, straightening those crooked teeth and fixing that bite. You'll be even more confident to flash those pearly whites. Make your appointment with Dr. Kaneshiro today at 646-9890. Having a marvelous set of teeth is a confidence booster, so getting braces, always a great idea. Visit Dr. Kaneshiro today across St. John's and Upper Tumon, serving our island with his professional expertise in orthodontics for over 29 years.
The Todu Guam Foundation Health and Wellness Center has been designated as a National Health Service Corps NHSC site. This recognition will help the clinic attract and retain healthcare professionals through NHSC's loan repayment and scholarship programs. Former Senator Dennis Rodriguez, founder of Todu Guam, says the designation will help expand their team and improve care quality. The NHSC supports healthcare providers dedicated to underserved areas, and Todu Guam's designation comes at a crucial time as demand for healthcare services rises. The center offers various services, including family medicine and mental health treatment. And Guinness World Record holding twins Brandon and Landon Idlet completed a 31-foot toy timber log replica of the Empire State Building in the Micronesia Mall Center Court for the mall's 36th anniversary. The Tower for Humanity project supports local nonprofits Ali Shelters, Harvest House, and Vero through donations from the Sponsor a Log initiative, where community members contribute by personalizing logs for future builds. The tower will be dismantled on Monday, but donations are still being accepted. Tomorrow's anniversary event features live performances, games, and grand prize giveaways, including trips to Manila and a diamond pendant. Mall-goers are invited to enjoy the festivities and support local nonprofits. And those are your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
So you think that we're slow around here in recovery and seeing to our needs. I was looking at a couple of stories, one of them having to do with Lahaina. You remember the Maui fires?
Oh, I remember.
Yeah, Maui fires.
The direct energy weapon.
Yes, as a matter of fact. Yeah.
Kid.
And so I'm looking at some recent pictures of Lahaina, and frankly, it's hard for me to tell the difference between recent pictures of Lahaina and immediate post-disaster pictures because they haven't done anything.
That looks like Guam post-war.
They have not done anything. Best efforts. There are efforts underway to remove debris and rebuild have been slow. There has been almost no new construction in a year with all of this stuff. It's just what are they waiting for? They're waiting for all of the original owners and residents to die off so that they can go in there and build up their new little attraction. Yeah. It's gonna be interesting. Prayers for Lahaina. Still, 10 after 8 o'clock in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Maybe the governor can take care of that, too.
Yeah.
We'll just put her in charge of everything. Now, we've got partly sunny with highs near 88 degrees today. Light and variable winds in the forecast for today. Tonight, mostly cloudy and overnight lows of about 79 degrees. That's what we've got for you all weekend long. Partly sunny, highs near 88 degrees. Threats of scattered showers here and there and relatively cool nights. Heat index going to make it feel like 96 today, a 30% chance of rain. Rip currents and hazardous surf advisories are in effect right now. And to notice that sunset for tonight is going to be at 6:45. If the sun set tonight looks as good as the sunrises that we got here this morning. I got a feeling that folks, you're going to want to be near a beach somewhere. Let me just as an example, let me get the sunrise shots from Pirates Cove here this morning. This was right around just before the sun was going to break the plane, and it just kept getting better and better and better. We've got some incredible stuff out there, and including this one from earlier this morning. You got to be nice. Find a spot to. This is good. Go buy a new camera. Go someplace where they sell cameras. Spend a lot of money, like in the thousands of dollars, just to catch sunsets. And who knows, maybe you'll run into some dancers out there that will meet up with you and steal your shoes. 8:12 in the morning, news and weather together right here on The Point.
It's sizzling out there, folks, and GTA's hot summer deals are turning up the heat. Switch to GTA and get up to $375 off a brand new iPhone 15 when you sign up for any unlimited wireless plan. That's $16.55 a month on our installment plan. But wait, there's more. We're waiving the activation fee and giving you a port-in credit. That's right, extra savings just for joining the GTA family. Limited time offer, terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information. GTA, we start the summer with you.
This summer, don't miss out on a hot opportunity. Save big when you upgrade to Docomo Pacific's Business Unlimited Max. Say goodbye to hefty fees and enjoy free roaming in the U.S., Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines. But that's not all. From now until August 31st, save up to $20 a month on payments. A whopping $600 in overall savings. Plus, receive $150 towards mobile accessories. Some conditions apply. Call 688-2677 to upgrade and maximize your benefits this summer.
My turn now? Sorry, just admiring the sunrise pictures I got from Cousin Ted up in Gigotown. Portions of the broadcast made possible by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home in Guam Regional Medical City. They are your healthcare partners.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show.
Like your favorite is the Kylie one, right?
No.
Courtney.
Courtney's my favorite.
Okay. Kylie Jenner is 27 tomorrow. Just thought you might want to send some
Happy
paperwork
birthday,
out in that direction. All right. No, I'm just taking a look at the celebrity birthdays and stuff, special events over the weekend. It's Friday, so it usually takes me a little bit longer because we got to go over Friday's birthdays and special events, and then Saturdays and Sundays. So it's a labor of love. It's a labor of love. But I thought I always get confused about which one of the those girls that you like. Anyway, 8:14 Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. I got is Jen on the line.
Yes, sir.
Hey, good morning, Jen. Welcome to the Ray Gibson Show. Hi.
Ray, I just have two questions. One is, when are we ever going to have that part-time legislature? And when, so we can save time and money? Number two, are we ever going to have resolve the issue of the hospital location? Are they going to put it on the ballot so that people can make their choice?
Wow.
Thank you, Ray.
Good points. All right. Well, let me see if I can go backwards here. The legislature could become a part-time legislature anytime it wanted to. And every once in a while, the people that ask questions of these politicians will say, "Hey, what do you think about a part-time?" "Oh, I love part-time. What a great idea." What a great idea. We'll do a part-time legislature, and we'll make it so that that guys that want to have a full-time job, a career, a life that doesn't need to revolve around the legislature might be able to get something like that. But, it will always come down to, I am but one of 15. My other colleagues have different sentiments. They've got different ideas about how they want to do all of this stuff. Then there's also this idea, and I'm not totally against it. There needs to be a loyal opposition. And you're going to go, oh, yeah, you're just saying that because you're a Republican, and the occupants of the government house these days are Democrats. No. I believe that should be the case, whether there's a Republican-led legislature and a Republican in the governor's office. There needs to be a check and the balance. There needs to be loyal opposition. And sometimes I become concerned that we're not able to do that on a real-time basis. We wouldn't be able to do that on a real-time basis if the legislature was not in meetings and in regular work all the time. Now, part-time legislature, I don't know that it's going to save the taxpayers any money. There still is work being done at the legislature. Somebody's got to research the laws, write the laws, present the laws in a format that the legislature can otherwise regurgitate. And then you bring the guys in, and the first thing is you get the budget out of the way. And then, we can take a look at what some of the interesting pieces of legislation that are proposed can come up with. But, full-time legislature versus part-time legislature, I just want to do whatever it takes to make it easier for just regular people to be able to every once in a while drop what they're doing. There's a historical factor in my life in that my grandfather was a member of the 8th Guam legislature, and he'd get together with the boys. I don't know. It seemed like once every 3 or 4 months, he'd disappear from Mariana Sales for a couple of days and then come back and go back to being the boss of the shop at Mariana Sales until the next time that there were all of these issues. Full-time legislature also makes for a very reactive body. So if something comes up, and there's always going to be somebody over at the legislature that says, oh, I got to get in front of this. What, the cost of electricity is too high. Oh, no. Bang, bang, bang. Make regulations and laws, and we're going to abolish the CCU, and we're going to do this and put the control back in the hands of the legislature because we know better than anybody else how to run utilities. Right? Not necessarily. So that's one of the risks that we have. Like I said, is the opportunity for very reactionary legislatures. We've seen that kind of thing before. You remember in the beginning of the conversation about military buildup?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, now everybody here is indigenous and want to fight the colonizers and the militarization of Guam and all of that stuff. Crazy times, I tell you. Fortunately, we managed to survive all of those things and got what I think are some pretty decent deals for the people of Guam, including, as Simon pointed out, a whole bunch of wastewater cleanup provided for us by the Department of Defense and the federal government of the United States of America. Now, what was the other one? The other one was, where are we going to put the hospital? All right, so this is me and my deep conspiracy thinking. Why does the governor want to get in front of the disaster that is the Department of Education right now? Why? Are we doing this for Josh? Is that what's going to happen? Is Josh going to be the education czar after Adelup takes over? So he can run in a couple of years and say, I fixed the Department of Education. That's just nothing out of the ordinary. Very capable guy and fixing the Department of Education and systemic issues that they have had for going back decades. Now, that was, as it turns out, fairly easy. Is that what that's for? Is to set a stage for a major accomplishment for Josh Tenorio, so that he's got major accomplishments to run on. Besides, beautifying the island as they have done an outstanding job.
God, it's beautiful.
I know. It's breathtaking. Sometimes you drive down a stretch of roadway and count up all the abandoned vehicles over here. There's something about that. The god-awful, but-ugly chain-link fence that bisects the area between John F. Kennedy / Sanchez and Kmart. Yeah. I said bisect. Okay. I said bisect. Yeah. But anyway, so we've got all that, and it's the ugliest thing that we've got. It really is. It's the ugliest thing that we have, and it's not even a utility anymore. It doesn't actually do anything anymore because they finally figured out over years of letting the kids run the school. They finally figured out how to have adult supervision manually guide the students at the end of the school day across the street so they can meet up with their parents over at Carline, over at Kmart. They finally figured that out. So why do we need now this chain link fence to prevent people from running back and forth across it if they're not doing that anymore? I don't understand it. And why does it have to be so ugly? If there is a requirement for something like that somebody pretended to make up a long time ago, is there a nicer way to do it? I said it before and I'll say it again. We've got enough gay guys in the government of Guam that they should be able to find a way to make all of that stuff pretty. But going back to Jen's question about the hospital, I'm sorry, I get lost in my own tangent
That
sometimes.
happens. It's all right.
You know when
Ray.
it comes to, Joe, I'm a giving person. And I listen to so many people.
You're a
and
giver?
And their concerns and their commentary, and I don't often stick my nose in until after they're done with it. But, it's a talk show, so now you got to listen to me. But anyway, so this was the conspiracy theory that was going on in my head yesterday. Governor is going to take over the Department of Education. That's the way the legislation is written. She would, notwithstanding any other provision of law, have the duties and obligations and everything else from the Department of Education, Ed Board, and the superintendent would be transferred to the Magahaga. Everything, lock, stock, barrel, all of the Department of Education would be transferred to her, except one. That would be the powers of the Guam Department of Education Financial Supervisory Commission.
Oh, boy.
Shall be suspended.
Yeah.
Why would you not want supervision over the spend of money?
We don't need that.
Why would you want to say?
I say give her the launch codes, Ray.
I'll take care of the spend. Don't worry. We don't need a financial supervisory commission anymore. I'll take care of all of the spending of how many millions of dollars that need to get committed by the end of September of this year. Anyway, but the other conspiracy theory in me is after all of those powers have been sent over to her, and she can decide that, you know what we're going to do with Hospital Point? We're not going to build a hospital there. You know what I think we ought to do? Let's build a big school there.
No.
Let's build 100 acres of a big-ass school because the Department of Education needs it. That's what's
put
going
it next
down. to
the shrine.
Well, yes, no, we'll incorporate the shrine into it. It'll be just one big, long thing. Don't we already have that charter school? The Hurao? Is that where Hurao is?
Is it there?
I don't know.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, just make the whole thing Hurao. And then nobody can say anything about it because, Chamorro Immersion School, how dare you? Kind of nicer.
Yeah, you have to give the Chamorro password to get on that land.
So it's just, I'm not saying that's the reason. I'm just saying that those are the thoughts in my head. It might be, just completely over the top, as I will be every once in a while. But, I'm guilty of a creative mind. What can I say? But wouldn't that be the interesting thing? Is all of a sudden, yes, we took the thing over, and we're going to turn it. We're going to turn it into a big tomorrow school.
It's gonna be wonderful.
And no, never mind. I guess we're gonna have to put that. We'll have to put that hospital up on Route 15. Darn, shucks. 823 is on the phone.
Tell it to Tello.
Hey, you
Why don't you just tell her?
What?
Tell her how you really feel,
No,
Ray.
I got her thoughts on this. Tell her the governor has apparently called the speaker and the rest of your gang into special session this morning to ponder over her proposed legislation that would allow the governor's office to take over the Department of Education, basically lock, stock, and barrel.
Well, I tell you, I want to say I'm shocked, but then again, now that the superintendent, as well as the czar of education, and all those who participated in this last emergency session, I'm not surprised that finally they're coming together. It's kind of funny because it took the legislature to do a powwow and have a major meeting, and we call it an emergency session, but all to come together and say, okay, you need this, you need that, you need to do that. So now everyone is kumbayaing. We're going to get help from the czar. She's planning on calling, she said she called or talked to some guard members when she went to a funeral. She mentioned that she asked, hey, would you guys be willing to, come and help the schools? And they said, absolutely. You just need to pay for the overtime.
Yeah.
And provide the material, and we'll be there. Okay, great. What about Gora? Gora's got some great inspectors there that we can utilize and mobilize. There's not that much that we need to train for them because they're basically trained for things like this, building inspections. So here we've got everything going. I thought everything was good to a point that we didn't need to bill anymore. Superintendent has agreed. He will not open up a school if it is not safe for children.
Okay.
And I asked him straight, would you put your own child into a school that you thought was not safe or had 41 demerits? And he said, no, he wouldn't. And then, of course, he got the huge scare from the Attorney General when he said, your liability, no matter what law is put in place, your liability is still there. To a point, it can become criminal. If you put anyone in harm's way and they get injured, severely injured. So that already, you could see the superintendent like scoot back on his chair and say, okay, no, it's not going to open. The problem is this DOE superintendent should have done this back in February, should have kept the $20 million that he gave the governor, that we gave the governor. Why is it taking so long on procurement? Why did it take so long for this superintendent to call an emergency, state of an emergency for procurement? He had the authority like he's doing now. The board had all these things coming into play shows that the superintendent did not do his job. So now everybody's scrambling to help him. The governor, back in February, when they had a meeting with the czar, you see it in the paper. It all explained everything. Mobilizing GPA for their electricians, mobilizing DPW, incorporating pavements into Okadu because of the double session. All these things were put into play in February. So why did the ball drop? What happened there? And then for Judy to come back and say that, oh, no, we were talking about Simon Sanchez. Are you kidding me? Can we, seriously, Judy, come on. I mean, I'm friends with Judy. I tell her straight out. So things, finally, we all had to being able to take a breather the other day thinking, okay, they've got the resources, Judy's going to help. Now the governor is stepping in. Isn't that ironic? Doesn't that question why all of a sudden she's stepping in when she has the authority right now?
Well, didn't Judy sit down with all kinds of other people and Josh Tenorio? Not this year, not February of this year, February of last year.
They sure did.
And what happened? We had a meeting. We had a meeting. I did, I think maybe we know who's going to be in charge of this, that, and the other. And then I don't recall anything else that happened. And I also recall did not the governor in a State of the Union address said that they were going to be pressing all the resources in the government of Guam to resolve the issues in the Department of Education. And that didn't go anywhere.
Exactly. And Judy knows about emergency.
So this is, you know what this is? This is.
You could have had the emergent procurement last year.
This is the Wizard of Oz. This is, you click your heels 3 times. You could have always gone home. You could have always fixed this. It's like Kamala Harris now saying that as soon as I'm elected president of the United States of America, I'm going to do something about lowering the price of food. I'm like, wait a second. You're already the vice president. You can do it now. Why do we have to wait?
You know what, Ray, what really gets me is that why 2 years? Why keep the power for 2 years? If we need to get these schools up and ready in a month, try to get it done in a month. That's the go-to time frame. Why do you need it for 2 years?
Why do you think?
Oh, okay. So
why do you think there needs to be a pathway? There needs to be a pathway for Josh to be able to ride on somebody's coattails into his leadership opportunity. There needs to be a home run. There needs to be a victory dance. Because I honestly don't know. My comments here this morning are give the governor authority over all of the school, this disaster that is the Department of Education. Because their leadership has done so well for Guam Memorial Hospital. The criminals, homeless, cost of living here on Guam, they've just been batting 1,000. So let's hand them the disaster that is DOE and see what happens.
Yeah, and I really think
fix GMH first. Fix the pool first.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Said fix the pool first.
Oh, that's something as simple as the pool. No, that is true. But don't get me wrong. I mean, I am I will write a letter myself to the governor if that's what it takes for her to mobilize her, resources to help the schools. I'll go and kumbaya with her, whatever is needed to get these schools done. And I thank the governor for coming and stepping up. And I wouldn't mind having this bill giving them their authority for 2 months. Only 2 months, not 2 years. 2 months. Is she willing to do that? And here's the second thing. I'm probably But today, when we have this public hearing, she called us in, and it clearly states to give Imaga Hagan the power, clearly. So who do you think we should call in the committee of the whole today?
Hey, her.
Exactly. Let's call the governor of Guam. And if I'm not mistaken, the same thing happened in Saipan, where the governor was subpoenaed, refused to come in to answer questions to the the legislative branch. I think they subpoenaed him to come in. So if the governor refuses, and I don't understand why the governor would refuse. Don't going to refuse, but I mean, she shouldn't. If it's all hands on deck, then why doesn't she come down? I remember Governor Calvo coming down to the legislature a couple times, to support his initiative.
Well, so answer. I've got a listener chiming in again, and he wants me to ask this question about if the issue here is procurement, if the issue is resources that would generally be bent to facilities, why does the MAGA-HAGA need all of the Department of Education to include curriculum, to include hiring, etc.? Why do we need all of that control if we're just talking about going in and fixing the schools?
And that would be the first question I would ask the governor when it's my time to speak on the floor.
Okay, second question then, Tello, is why then would we suspend the powers of the Guam Department of Education Financial Supervisory Commission? What is it that we don't want them to see?
That's the one when I saw that on the bill, I'm like, why would they do that? The only thing I can think of is that she wants control of all the funds, all the control. That means to the point of, requesting, the U.S., the federal government on the art funding. She already has authority to spend it. And a lot of this stuff was, damaged from typhoon. That can be put into play.
Golf carts, Tello, golf carts.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, you got to get those construction people to and from. There's every kind of excuse. I mean, it's like, I was just talking about Homeland Security the other day, trying to figure out that fiasco and how much money we have to pay back to federal government for misspending money. So we haven't even gone through what the federal government is going to look at our books on the art funding to make sure that it's spent correctly, too. So I just think that the schools have funding, according to the superintendent. We asked him, how much money do you need per school? And he said up to $1 million per school. Well, of course, by calling an emergency state of emergency for procurement, there's no limit to what they can, how far they can go. But they said they have the money. There's 18 schools. Do you have 18 million? And they said they do have 18 million.
Yeah. So when it's personnel, that's the excuse. When it's money, that's the excuse. When it's other resources, that's the excuse. So now they've got all three of those things. But the problem is we need to take advantage of another opportunity. We'll blame Doug Moylan for sitting on some of the procurement requests. Doug Moylan says I wasn't sitting on anything. So we got to throw that one in there too.
Oh no! I mean, he had the proof. He had the proof every single time something would come in. He would have a timeline stamp, boom, received, and out the door. So how can they fight against that? I mean, I think they dropped that one because they realized Doug was proving that, no, we acted upon it as soon as it came in.
Yeah. Well, there's king of gaslighting, if you ask me. 8:34 in the morning. Darn it, it's almost out of time to ask you a question. You've introduced a piece of legislation that would provide for specific language similar, I believe, to what they've got up in Saipan, where it comes from, where there are going to be people that want to sell the marijuana that they can grow. They just need to have some guidance on that, notwithstanding the fact that we don't have a lab here to test it. You've got a piece of legislation that would provide language to be attached to the actual marijuana that says that it hasn't been tested. Basically, your caveat emptor, buyer beware.
Yeah, well, actually, it's a bill that was passed in the last session that we had by Senator Parkinson. And I mean, we both agreed the intent for just having the bud or, the flower part to go ahead and, because people can grow it on their own, that didn't need to be tested. But the intent to have all the others, the edibles, the inhalers, the vape stuff, was not intended to pass, it wasn't my intention. to allow everything else not to be tested. I mean, that's where harmful chemicals can be incorporated in certain, when you're extracting the THC and putting it into a gummy form or a food form or a vaping type of form or liquid form. Things are mixed with chemicals. Of course, I voted no against. Several of us voted no. We agreed to do just the bud, not to have
Everything
testing,
else.
but that you had to incorporate what fertilizer, everything, just like you would put on a pack of cigarettes, the warning signs, everything for these buds. Now, when that, I told my colleagues, you guys, you're allowing everything, even the industry. Even the industry here on Guam did not want the bill to pass with allowing everything under the sky to be thrown out without being tested. So it wasn't but the bill passed. There was a group of people who were voting because he's my friend or I owe him a vote because he voted on my kind of crap that was going on, which, so frustrates me. That I know. I'm sorry.
Part-time. You know what? I do have to break.
Real quickly.
Yeah, let's wrap it up.
We had the MILAS. It wasn't until that we had the MILAS, the MILS, when Saipan came to Guam and we all and talked about, moving forward, that finally Parkinson spoke to them. Some of the other senators found out from the other side that they don't even allow edibles and other types of cannabis products to go through without being tested. Not even they allow that.
So I see it's an exemption.
Parkinson is a member of, Parkinson is a co-sponsor of my bill, along with several other senators. They said, okay, so we are repealing a particular section of the bill that was passed in the last section that, no, you must test all these edibles, these vapes, these things that are extracted.
But the bud is all right.
The bud is all right, and it has to be labeled. That's the part you were talking about. Being labeled
then that's okay. I'll reread. I didn't realize it was providing guardrails against something else happening. I'll reread that. I'm sorry. I've been infatuated with the concept of giving the Department of Education over to Adelup. I'll talk to you pretty soon,
Thank you so much for having me. Create a great day, everybody. And Real Joe, peace out.
Peace out.
Ow!
Suits.
The bots.
And last big look
It's
at
the
news
bots.
and headlines coming up with Donna D after these. Don't move.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines this summer? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your summer getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
KFC's $5 breakfast deals are the best and most affordable ways to start your day. The Colonel's Chicken and Rice Bowl, $5. Chicken fried steak, $5. Sausage, biscuit, and gravy, $5. And they all come with a fresh coffee. KFC $5 breakfast deals are served starting at 6 a.m. daily at your favorite KFC restaurant. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Donald Trump, this may come up in the newscast. Donald Trump has agreed to 3 dates. Has invited Kamala to debate 3 times. Kamala only wants to do one of them, and she was asked about appearing at the other 2, and she ran away from the reporter. So maybe that's not necessarily going to happen. Maybe we're only going to get that one debate, huh? 8:39 in the morning. Donna D with the last big look at news and headlines on the way right here on The Point. How about Donna? What's going on? What I miss?
The Guam Airport is the first in the region to receive TSA approval for the Aviation Workers Screening Program and FAA approval for its Safety Management System Implementation Plan. The airport ranks in the top 4% of Category 1 and top 9% nationwide for AWS implementation. The new safety measures include screening for aviation workers. Full SMS implementation will occur within 3 years. And UOG is hosting its inaugural research forum today from 9 to 3 at the ITNE Lecture Hall number 131 in the Business and Public Admin Building. Attendees will have the opportunity to hear from UOG research faculty and administrators about ongoing research projects and programs. And the USS Abraham Lincoln's port visit to Guam has boosted the local economy by about $1 million daily, with 5,000 sailors and Marines spending around $200 each per day. The visit provided rest and resupply for the ship's deployment to the Middle East. Crew activities included community service and local tours. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
And obviously holding up the Air Jordan, the Jordan's business around here, the Jordan's shoe business around here. So I'm glad that they came through, and looking forward to seeing them again once they're done kicking ass out into golf. It's 8:41 in the morning. Celebrity birthdays. Are you ready? Sam Elliott.
Oh, yeah.
Who's that?
Sam
the
Elliott.
mustache.
The mustache. Yeah. The mustache. Tombstone. You ever watch Tombstone?
No.
Oh, my God. You haven't
He's
watched
like the young-looking version of Bob Klitsky.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was in Roadhouse.
Roadhouse as well.
Yeah, he was the wise man.
That's
wise
right,
bouncer.
Mijo. I got you, Mijo. And then he got a knife in him. Curtis Blow is 65 years old.
Oh, yeah, Curtis Blow.
Big-time rapper. Oh, I should have mentioned this to Tello. Michael Kors is 65.
Who's that?
He's the designer of her favorite purse.
Yeah.
The Michael Kors purse.
He's the purse dude.
65 years old. All right, so that's the big celebrity birthdays for today. Well, Deion Sanders from the NFL turns 57 years old.
Time.
The other day was Dave Duchovny's birthday. Today is Gillian Anderson's birthday. And if you don't know who we're talking about, sorry. Eric Bana from Star Trek and TV's The Hulk is 56 years old. Yeah, there we go. And if you're looking for, what have I got here? Important events for today. It's Book Lovers Day. Not much a reader myself. I'm trying. I mean, I'm up to my neck bone in manuals and other kinds of work related stuff. I don't really have time.
Do librettos count?
For what's that?
Librettos.
That's a musical thing?
It's a script.
It's a script, yes. It should. I think it should. It's hand-holding day. My name is Ray, and I'm going to tell you right now, that's my love language, is hand-holding, so that's a big deal for me. And my other love language is rice pudding. And it's also Rice Pudding Day today. If you're looking for celebrity birthdays into the weekend, tomorrow, Rosanna Arquette turns 65. Antonio Banderas is 64 years old.
Really?
Yeah. Didn't he play Puss in Boots?
Yeah, he was the voice.
That was like his
the first time I
greatest
saw
role.
him,
He was in Zorro, right?
Okay, yeah.
Remember
You're
Armand,
right,
the vampire?
Yes. Yeah.
That was the first time I saw him with the long.
Yeah, it did great in that one. Yeah, I was going to grow my hair like that too. Anyway, he's 64 years old. June Shannon from Here Comes Honey Boo Boo is 45 years old.
What is
that was peak reality TV.
That was the mom.
Speaking of reality TV, Kylie Jenner is 27 years old.
Happy birthday, Kylie.
But that's not the one that Real Joe
I think
likes.
Maybe she's the most normal one.
Really?
Out of all of them, yeah.
Impossible.
Yeah, it's
There's got to be I'm
just
something,
saying,
bro.
man. There's levels. To
I
this.
got you. Special events for tomorrow: Duran Duran Appreciation Day, ta-na-na-na, ta-na-na-na. Vlogging Day, or is it Vlog Day?
Vlog.
Is it? I don't know. Because I was like, got a conversation with my buddy Tony, and he's photographer, editor, all of that stuff.
Welcome to the channel.
And I was talking about grabbing something for and thinking about a vlog, and he said, and he's so no, he's really really nice about it. He's kind of passive aggressive, going, is that how it's pronounced? I've always heard it pronounced vlog. How about that? So there's another way to pronounce it. I said, yeah.
That's the only way I've heard it.
How do you pronounce
vlog.
it? What, GIF?
GIF. I don't care what that guy says.
Yeah. Is it GIF or GIF?
Because if it's G for graphic, why would it be GIF? It says graphic.
It's a GIF.
There's going to be fights in the office today,
Yeah.
all day long in the office.
That guy's just trying to start some wars.
Exactly.
That's all.
All right, so Vlogging Day, it's S'mores Day, Spoil Your Dog Day. God, every day is Spoil Your Dog Day. I got dogs that don't even live at my house, and they get spoiled by me. Bowling Day. And our friend Sherry took her daughter Penny to go bowling just before the return to school, which is a couple of things that you need to
Where's
that
there
you
to
know
bowl
from
now? Only Century and
Royal Lanes.
Playland. We can go down to Playland and bowl down
Leo
there.
Palace.
I don't know if Leo Palace is still open. I gotta find
no,
my
they're
show.
closed. They closed it.
Oh, you got to know a guy.
You
don't speak Japanese.
There's a
Unless they
new,
reopened it.
new general manager. They just hired a new general manager at Leo.
Whatever his name is. That's his name. If his first name and his last name, like, how do you say this? Never mind, I'm skipping this.
Yeah, we're not going to do that story. Hey, congratulations. And let us know when the bowling alley. And the karaoke bar are open again. Smithsonian Day and World Lion Day. Sunday celebrity birthdays include Steve Wozniak, co-founder of Apple.
The other Steve.
The other guy, right? 74 years old.
Oh, wow. He's old.
Wrestler extraordinaire. Shelley saw him in Wisconsin. Hulk Hogan turns 31.
He's my favorite.
Yeah, brother.
71.
71?
71 years old and still ripping his shirt off for Donald Trump.
Hero.
A real American. I don't know. I've heard bad things about him. I heard he's...
Don't listen.
Come on, man.
I heard he's not nice to fans.
That's his private life.
Joe Rogan, he was nice to the Hawk Tuah girl.
Yeah, he was.
There was a picture there. Joe Rogan from Fear Factor
nice to her.
is 57 years old. Anna Gunn from Breaking Bad is 56. Let me see who else has got there. Chris Hemsworth. Thor is 41 years old.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, my gosh, he looks old.
He's a real Viking.
That's right. And I think that's it for the celebrity birthdays. Last bit of special events here, and I'll save one for last in particular. Melon Day on Sunday. Panini Day on Sunday.
Oh, melons.
Raspberry Tart
With
Day.
an S.
Raspberry Tart Day. Tarts and melons. I'm liking the recipe here.
I'm not sorry.
Play in the Sand Day. Presidential Joke Day, and they all seem to be jokes these days, don't they? Son and Daughter Day. Had a little bit of time with the daughter yesterday, and that was nice. But the most important thing, Sunday is Annual Medical Checkup Day. If you have not yet
colonoscopy,
you know what? I'm putting together the dates now. I'm just going to tell you right now. Program note. Looks like I may be bound for Medical City here, either before the end of this month or early next month. So you guys
take a look up in there, Ray.
You. I don't need that procedure.
I'm sorry.
I had it.
I recommend it though.
They changed. They changed it. They wanted you to get it more frequently.
Every
and now
year
they're saying no. My God, no.
Yeah, every 2 years.
No.
Every 3 years?
It's. I think it's a little bit wider than that because it's a very.
It's not wide.
It's a slow grower, if you will. Anyway, 8:47 in the morning. And
God, I love you guys.
That's all the time we have for celebrity birthdays and special guests. I'm going to let you go home and get some rest. I know you're busy with Into the Woods and all of that. If you want to see a little bit of behind-the-scenes stuff at Into the Woods, I did this yesterday. I was on my way to get some Tums over at the ABC store. ABC. And that's just what I call it. Don't ask me why. And so I got my Tums, and there was two things that slowed me down was watching what was going on across the hallway in the old shoe store.
Ooh, yeah.
And then there was a guy in front of me that wanted to buy Zyn.
Zyn.
It's only nicotine. It's one of these like chews.
Oh, God.
But it's only nicotine. We've talked about this
not
before.
Marijuana.
No, but it only comes with the thing, and they say that there's a little bit of a boost on it. You get your nicotine high, but you don't have to worry about ingesting any of the other really nasty stuff that comes with being a tobacco user. They say. So I was thinking about it, and if I wasn't with my daughter, I probably would have bought a 10. 8:48 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Donna D is going to take off. We're going to grab a quick break, and I'll be right back. Calls on the way.
Half a day. Kim Anderson from Security Title here to share some behind-the-scenes functions of a title company. First, we search the chain of title to property, and when a critical link is missing, we work with the owners to correct their ownership. When it comes to a sale, we work closely with realtors and lenders to ensure a smooth closing. Finally, we back up our work with a title insurance policy that guarantees the buyer they actually own the property. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
At APL, their expertise and extensive work can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Yeah, I had one of those moments yesterday. I told everybody, did I already low-key brag today about my big-ass 65-inch TV?
No, you haven't yet.
Okay, anyway, so I was trying to watch, wanted to go and see what was playing on Hulu, and it wanted me to log back in. And I said, okay. And then when I went to try to log back in, it asked me for my Disney Plus account.
Oh, that's the wrong
password.
password.
Which I don't have.
Yeah.
I don't have a Disney Plus account. Apparently now Disney is in charge of Hulu. Yeah, is that they've been okay?
Yeah, Ray. They own everything. Them and BlackRock.
So it was like I was going to look it up, and then I remembered. Well, I don't really have a Disney Plus account, so I guess I'm not going to get into it. And the question flashed in my head. Well, why don't you get a Disney Plus account? And the answer is no, not until they become unwoke. Yeah. Well, I don't want to. Never mind. It's just, yeah. You know what? I barely have enough time to not watch Netflix and my Amazon Prime.
You could win a trip to Epstein Island, Ray.
No thanks. No thanks.
Subscribe now.
Randy Landis says apparently I ought to get my. I was gonna say my something hole inspected. He says radio show hosts should have that inspection every 6 months or so. What? Want to watch? Say 8:51 on the program. John Savares is on the line. Buenos and off a day.
Good morning, Ray. Good morning, Donna. Good morning, Joe, Jerry, and the Point Familiar. I just wanted to comment. First and foremost, thank you to Senator Tydegui for introducing that bill. That bill actually covers a massive gap that should have been addressed and amended on the floor. The reason why is these solvents. They can't be, unless you're testing it, you're not going to know if there's any residual solvents. I know this from experience because there's been imported concentrates on Guam. There's been locally made concentrates on Guam that have gotten people sick, and I know this because I've talked to a lot of consumers who've gone through this. Because you can't see, unlike flour, right? You can see if there's mold or mildew, and the concentrations are not as high.
Yeah, but once they put it into some kind of concoction,
exactly. So when you blast, because it's called purge. You have to basically purge the cat. You have to you're injecting you're pushing butane or CO2 or propane, whatever it may be, oils, alcohol, and you're basically washing all the good stuff off the cannabis plant or off the flower, and then you're gonna extract that, and that extraction, the stuff that drips out of that is what's gonna be used in extraction. If you cannot, when you visually can't see what's wrong, it's very difficult, especially in a concentrated form, right? So this is why the lab portion is very essential. It's crucial to actually ensuring consumer protection when it comes to concentrates and edibles, because once you extract them, you're basically making a stronger product.
No, I got it, and so I can see where they're headed with this, and understand that there's a lot of people that are crazy about the idea. I just hope that underscores our continuing need for a lab. But having now acknowledged that, and I don't think there's any reason why the bill cannot become a law down the road. Having now acknowledged that, are you hearing anything on the ground from any of the growers, any of the cannabis growers on Guam, or anybody that has already expressed an interest in being a part of a dispensary or retail distribution, now moving forward with their plans now that we don't have to have that lab in place for them to be able to sell their buds?
Yes and no. So
yes and no. I was kind of hoping it would be yes, period.
So the problem isn't just the lab. The problem is actually going back to the same problem that every person has on this. Every person trying to do any business with the government of Guam, it's the government permitting process is what's the holdup. And especially when you don't have these agencies who are unsure. So like right now, the talk on the town is wastewater, right? What are we going to do with the wastewater? But it's a completely different strategy because we don't ask any farmer to what are they doing with their wastewater, and these guys are spraying malathion, things that are known to be harmful, right? And we don't ask them to test any of that. We don't ask them to what are you doing to manage your wastewater. So now there's issues with the government permitting process because these agencies are not versed enough in what in the processes and procedures that can be done.
Sometimes that's the problem when we throw everything at a committee is they're just roadblock after roadblock after roadblock, and now after we've dispensed with one, now we've got other issues to take care of. In the meantime,
that's right.
In the meantime, you got people that want to be involved in what
Absolutely.
should have been something that was going to be beneficial. Is what? How many years later is this? 4 years? 5 years now?
No, more than that. We're 8 years down the road because when I look back, right, because I've been involved in this since we were trying to just get on medical.
Yeah.
We went from medical, then there was a stop loss because, okay, well, we'll push rec because at least we can get patients help. And at this point in time, that logjam didn't fix the logjam problems that we've continuously seen.
Yeah. So there needs to be another look, and we've got to put together another one of these Cannabis Control Board 2.0s, and have them work a lot closer with the legislature and people like yourself and people like Will Parkinson, I guess now Tello Taitagui, to figure out how we can remove some of these roadblocks and at least provide parity where it's needed, so that these farmers, these distributors, aren't onto a class of themselves, if you will. 8:55 in the morning.
Can I do a plug real quick?
Yeah.
Because there's a cannabis event, and actually it's perfect because we're talking about solvent extractions, right? This is what that bill is trying to push off, is solvent extractions. But we have processes in place, and there's an event this weekend that's been going on since Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Yeah, there was a 2-day seminar for solventless extraction. So there's options for solventless extraction to be put on the market because it's still raw plant material. So when we look at it, it's just hash water extraction, heat extraction, things like that are things that we can look at as a mechanism. So there is an event if anybody's interested. It's this Saturday. At the old Rhino Lining parking lot, in Tumuning across Don Donkey, Joe's favorite store. So if anybody's interested, that event starts at 4 o'clock and it runs till 10. So if anybody's interested in learning about solventless extraction, especially solventless extraction is the cleanest way that you can possibly extract because there's no
chemical. It's solventless, as you say. All right, interesting. Do me a favor, send the paperwork to Joe, and if I've got time between now and 9, I'll see if I can plug it again.
Awesome. Thank you. You guys have a good day.
I will. 8:57 and change, 888-8255, 888-TALK. Yesterday, I was on the radio talking about how disappointed I was that there was in the Magistrate report a story about a young lady that went to this guy Steve's house and apparently unknown to him had parked the truck in his yard earlier in the day. When he asked her to leave, she threw a couple of expletives in his direction, then drove away. A few hours later, came back with the lights in the around 3:30 in the morning. Oh my God, no lights on the car. Rammed into his gate. He stated that she then reversed, rammed into the gate again. This time drove it onto the yard, where she damaged 3 betel nut trees before coming to a stop against the corner of his house. Officer Lorenzo described malicious damage to the gate, with the chain links having been removed from the pole, mounted into the ground. Tire tracks led into the yard. 2 betel nut trees completely uprooted, with the roots sticking out of the ground. The truck that the woman was driving had sustained damage to the front betel nut tree leaves and branches resting on its hood. Kiana Lynn Wolf was arrested for criminal mischief, destruction of property, resisting arrest, and criminal trespass. And I don't know. This is a picture of her on the screen.
She's got a great smile.
I know, she's got beautiful. This is the crazy thing is that you take a look at this girl and you wouldn't think that there was any malicious, mischievous intentions with her. Maybe
she just needs someone.
What the heck happened here? Where did this snap?
Talk to your friends.
Talk to your friends.
Yeah, check on your homies.
Talk to your friends. I'm wondering what the story is. It doesn't say anything about crystal methamphetamine in the case or any of that. I don't know what the genesis of all of this was, but it's just that sad. Pretty girl, and she's getting in trouble with the law and the police. I hope this is one of those cases where we can identify quickly what might have happened and get her out from under.
You should hire her, Ray.
This is it's going to be the Ray Gibson bias.
Could work with her.
All the crime is bad unless they're hottie. unless it's like going to be the Magistrate report. Ray Gibson's Magistrate report baddies of the week. I wonder if they keep track of that over at the police department. It's 8:59 and change. Got news coming up from Fox. On the other side of that, delighted to have the Attorney General of Guam and a few other members of the AGO's office to talk about the Project Dignity. That's going to be coming up in the next hour of the Ray Gibson Show. Got questions, got comments, go ahead and throw them up on the social media, and we'll see what we've got to say about that. Here's Fox News. KUSG got you 93.3. This is The Point.
Both major presidential candidates took questions from the media today. I'm John Saucier, Fox News. To start with former President Trump, he had a press conference at his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida. It said Democrats forced President Biden out of the race instead of doing things procedurally.
From a constitutional standpoint, from any standpoint you look at, they took the presidency away. And people were saying he lost after the debate. He couldn't win. Well, I don't know that that's true necessarily. But whether he could win or he couldn't win, he had the right to run.
The former president's pushing for 3 September debates against Democratic nominee Vice President Kamala Harris. So far, a December 10th face-off has been confirmed.
Well, I'm glad that he's finally agreed to a debate on September 10th. I'm looking forward to it, and hope he shows up.
Harris and Minnesota Democratic Governor Tim Walz in Wayne, Michigan for a campaign event with the United Auto Workers. The vice president talked about her support from the UAW.
I am so deeply honored as a lifelong supporter of union labor for Tim and I to have the endorsement of UAW.
The vice president stepping up as the Democratic Party's presidential nominee as President Biden tells CBS News he takes former President Trump seriously when Trump talks about a bloodbath if he loses in November. Fox's Peter Ducey's at the White House.
President Biden is no longer a candidate. He's going to leave office in January, regardless of who wins. We don't even know if you watched the Harris-Walz rollout in Philly because officials here won't tell us if you watched it. But President Biden is trying to keep interested parties focused on Donald Trump in his first interview since dropping out. The Trump people continue to insist the bloodbath comment from him was a reference to the auto industry from a rally months back. That is what President Biden was referring to.
Well, President Biden today welcoming the 2023 Major League Baseball world champion Texas Rangers to the White House for a celebration there of their World Series win. America's listening to Fox News.
There are things every manager does that can make workers want to scream. The problem is they don't realize how some of their methods and habits get under the skin of team members. At first, it may start as a curiosity and not a big deal. However, over time, it can evolve into a definite irritant. Well, you can't solve a problem until you know you have one. Tuesday, August 20th, Guam Training presents Stop Driving Your Workers Crazy, a course that pulls back the curtain on a dozen behaviors that any manager needs to face up to. Once you eliminate the things that grind away at a worker's job satisfaction, you'll see better attitudes and better performance. Stop Driving Your Workers Crazy. Just one of 6 powerful courses offered between August 20th and August 29th. Get the details for Stop Driving Your Workers Crazy and the other courses offered at GuamTraining.com. It's all waiting for you at GuamTraining.com.
There has reportedly been a confession at a plot to attack Taylor Swift concerts in Austria. Fox's Jack Callahan with more.
The head of Austria's Security and Intelligence Agency says the prime suspect, a 19-year-old man, has told them he started last month plotting the attack to use knives or explosives to kill as many people as possible outside the stadium where Taylor Swift was to play 3 dates this week, all now canceled as a precaution. At the suspect's home, searchers say they found chemicals and devices that could be used in bomb making, along with literature from Al-Qaeda. A 17-year-old suspect is also in custody. A 15-year-old has been questioned. The plot was foiled with the help of foreign intelligence agencies. Jack Callahan, Fox News.
Tropical storm Debbie continuing to travel up the East Coast after making its second landfall overnight in South Carolina. Dangerous floods and tornadoes still threatening millions of Americans. South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster giving us an update saying there have been 0 storm-related deaths in his state.
I want to thank all the citizens for their participation. They were listening, watching, paying attention. They were being smart, they were being safe, and they were being good neighbors. And it has worked.
The heavy rainfall will continue to persist, though, through Friday as the storm makes its way towards the northeast. Pockets of significant flooding will be possible from the Carolinas all the way north up into Maine. In Paris, it was a good day for Team USA at the Summer Olympic Games. The men's Olympic basketball team rallied to beat Serbia 95-91. It was a close one, but they did make it through. They'll face France in the gold medal game. France, by the way, upset Germany. Big game there. Over in track and field, Sydney McLaughlin-Levrone broke her own record, won a repeat gold in the women's 400 hurdles, while Grant Holloway and Daniel Roberts finished first and second in the 110 hurdles. Tara Davis-Woodhull of the United States, winner of the gold medal in the long jump. I'm John Saucier, and this is Fox News.
Whether you're looking to start a new career, upgrade your skills, or just explore new interests, Guam Community College has the classes for you. With flexible schedules, affordable tuition, and supportive instructors, GCC is the perfect place to start your journey. GCC's open enrollment for fall semester ends August 16th, so don't wait. Visit gcc.edu/apply or call 671-735-5531 for more information. You can also stop by our offices on campus in Building 2000. Your journey starts at GCC.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Hoffaday. Kim Anderson from Security Title here to share some behind-the-scenes functions of a title company. First, we search the chain of title to property, and when a critical link is missing, we work with the owners to correct their ownership. When it comes to a sale, we work closely with realtors and lenders to ensure a smooth closing. Finally, we back up our work with a title insurance policy that guarantees the buyer they actually own the property. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
It's 6 after 9 o'clock in the morning. This is the Ray Gibson Show, being brought to you by the guys over at APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And if you're in the mean, you tell you what, you ran over some betel nut trees with your truck and you need something new, go to NissanGuam.com on the World Wide Web, and they'll be happy to talk to you about a Frontier now, $239 a paycheck. And once you're all done with that paperwork, then they'll put another piece of paper in your hand. It's a check for $8,000. This is summer sales event. Continues. I'm trying to get them to continue it until the Department of Education actually opens up for the 2024-25 school year. But considering we don't know when that's going to be, I don't know if they've got enough $8,000 checks to hand out to you. Some conditions apply. Find out what they are at NissanGuam.com.
Morning talk that matters. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
You know, every once in a while you'll hear me complain that the Ray Gibson Show is a 4-hour broadcast wherein my brothers and sisters in talk radio in the mainland generally only do their shows for 3 hours. It's very, very rare to get a 4-hour morning show.
Yeah, we go long.
And the reason why, but then, you know, all of a sudden I'm thinking about a day like today where, oh my God, there's too much to talk about. Yesterday afternoon, I don't know, 5:30, 6 o'clock, all of a sudden the statement from the governor's office came out where she said, no. I will take care of the Department of Education, and we will create a task force or a response team to go and get the schools open and on in time. We'll do that. Chris Barnett came out with his own statement, which I read a little bit earlier this morning. Now, they could have just let it go and waited until things happened over at the legislature, like in another hour. So, they're supposed to be meeting up and talking about this proposal from the governor's office. But no. Carlo and the people over at the governor's office cannot resist a blank sheet of paper, so they have written another release. Barnett casts blame with no solutions other than closing schools. Governor Lulian Guerrero issues the following statement in response to media requests regarding the public reaction from Senator Barnett. Quote, as usual, none of the statements issued by the senator will actually result in schools opening or students returning to their classrooms. The truth is that he led legislative deliberations on the floor for 2 weeks, and yet here we are with no solutions, absolutely no closer to any one of the Department of Education's problems being resolved. But none of that is nearly as important as what we must do going forward. As prior governors from both parties have acknowledged, the current DOE system places good personnel in a failed experiment, a system statutorily built to fail, which is exactly why the same problems have lingered unabated for years. And then there's a link to a KUAM story from back in 2009. Ultimately, I present a simple choice. If the legislature wants me to be responsible for safely opening our schools, then give me the legal authority to manage DOE through this process under law. If not, then understand you have invited the same chaos and delay you say you want to avoid. This is yet again misinformation from the education chair. He's failed his duties by not living up to what he is supposed to do instead of helping. He has been a hindrance. He's been blaming me for the state of schools. So give me the authority over the schools. I'm sending agencies in to help the schools open, but they can only do temporary Band-Aid fixes. We need a real fix and a real solution so that we aren't scrambling to send people to do Band-Aid fixes every school year. Wait, there's more. After 2 weeks of debating the issue in emergency sessions, it's time for action. He had enough time to resolve the issue and voted twice against the bill that would have opened schools. Now it's time to stop playing politics and pass the bill I sent down to grant me authority over education. And like I said, about 10 o'clock this morning, they're supposed to do all of that stuff. And we'll watch and see, although it's kind of interesting, is we've mentioned earlier in the broadcast where the government wants to essentially take over all of the Department of Education, yet kind of eliminate the powers of their financial oversight. And why would they need to take over things like hiring and curriculum if the problems have more to do with maintenance and grounds and things like that? Just using that as a way into a conversation with Attorney General Doug Moylan. How Doug? How you doing?
Half a day, Ray. Well, this is it's kind of what is it going?
Do I sense reluctance?
I sense a bunch of landmines all over the place talking about this issue.
Well, wait a second. No. She dragged you into it the other day when she was talking about the 5 facts of emergency procurement. Yeah, a couple of days ago, and basically blamed you for the procurement problems because you sat on your hands and were you into that battle over who's got the
contract and when they got it, that
and
sort of thing.
No, Doug refuted that already, and you've got paperwork.
Unfortunately, when you're in a profession with lawyers in a law firm, you just kind of shake your head and say, I got better things to do than to deal with a press release from a non-lawyer. But, with respect to the governor, I do give her the respect that is due to our elected leader. This is a very difficult situation that everybody's facing. And, Ray, I'm the type that believes in centralized authority because you need to get things done. So this issue is percolated, and I mentioned it at the Committee of the Whole. It's not just 1, 2, 3 years. It started with our investigations on public health, not issuing and actually going out to the schools, checking them for the cracks, looking at the rebar that's expanding and cracking.
Which they never did.
Well, I was told more than 10 years, 5 to 10 to more than 10 years. Ever since I left, Alicia, General Limtiaco shut down those schools back in 2007 era. And then since that time, somebody just dropped the ball completely. The AG's office, whoever, should have been checking public health to make sure they actually went out and did the physical inspections. That's how you determine deteriorating facilities. And then, of course, you got the governor, you got the school board in different capacities and responsibilities. Ray, these schools are probably just in such a deplorable condition, obviously, that everybody's trying to blame everybody else right now. You contrast it with the private schools, whether they're Catholic or non-Catholic,
or
Protestant.
the charter schools, the newer charter schools.
Charter schools, they're opening every year because they actually have an inspection being done and follow the rules, right? So the situation, as I mentioned at the Committee of the Whole, what do? The model that we've had in the past is receiver comes in, the federal government, and they clean house with us. Plus, they grab our money and use it to pay these receivers. And then there's questions about whether the receiver has been overpaid, mismanaged, and stuff like that. But the centralized question now is who's going to fix these schools to get the kids the education they need? Kids can't wait. The credits have to be earned during a certain period because their lives are going on. They need to graduate to the next level. So I see merit in what the governor is saying, whether the legislature decides that to be the public policy.
Well, my issue is the capabilities of the governor's office, considering the shambles that most of the rest of the government seems to be in these days. One other thing before we get into the conversation, it's an important conversation and akin to the idea of rather than curse the darkness, light a candle, which I think the Attorney General's office is doing right now. But I do want to get back to one other issue, and I'd asked you when you came in, because it seems to me you've got some stripes on the Election Commission. I couldn't remember whether you were the counsel, but as you were on the board for the Republicans. 6 years. So there's an issue that they are going over, which seems to me they should not, given the number of times the question should have been resolved over the years, is what constitutes the minimum votes. We had,
it's in the statute.
You're gonna
It's a qualifying vote. It's like saying that at least one Republican is going to vote for you so you can be part of that party, right? Because the government throws itself into what is normally a caucus. The parties decide themselves. And that's been bantered back. I think the last election, the governor was talking about letting the Democrats decide offline, not during an election.
That's right.
There wasn't right. There wasn't enough time, though, to gear up to that because it had to be at least a year, I think, something like that. So this is that question that you need to do it because if you want to have a Republican nameplate on your ballot, you need to be endorsed by the Republicans. So even if you don't make more than 15, you need to have a process so that somebody in the Republican Party says they want you on their ticket.
Allow for write-ins, et cetera.
Right. So that's what they're struggling with. And the 20%, whatever, 20, 30%, you're running the risk that the basic Republicans aren't going to be able to get or the Democrats.
Well, I mean, we've already got a case. Jess Alec down in Petey, it did not meet either of the two thresholds, 4% of the total votes cast or 3 times the number of signatures required to get on the ballot, which is apparently how they're doing it now. But was that always were those always the mathematics that went into determining minimum votes?
After I said on that, where there were so many questions on the election way back when, I think it was the Ada Gutierrez era, there was an election reform that I think Senator Lamarena at the time and the senators, they did an election reform, but the basic concept still, I think, exists, obviously, that this is a qualifying election. Even though there may not be a contested number and more than 15 on each side, they need to get a minimum amount. And on a non-election, you got almost the perfect setup here, a non-gubernatorial year, which is traditionally less people come out to vote.
Yeah.
Plus, everybody knows, hey, why should I go down? I looked at the ballot and there's, why even vote here? Because everybody's, there's no contest.
The only contest that we had was the race for Congress.
Mayors and,
a federal race. They could have done that all by itself.
Right.
As opposed to dragging everybody else in.
So really the senators should consider whether or not, if you don't have a contested race, if you just look to the Republican Party and just say, send us your names.
As long as they've got enough signatures on the petitions,
Democrat Party.
And the Democrat Party, then we get into the conversations about.
But there's also that thing,
independence.
When one party has a contested race and another party doesn't have a contested race, obviously both parties say, no, don't just have them vote because you're going to get the other side maliciously voting.
Who does that? I've never done such a thing.
That sort of stuff going on.
Okay, gotcha. 9:17 in the morning. Very, very interesting stuff. And Doug, as the Attorney General of Guam, wondering if he's going to get called in to put some kind of imprimatur on this or some kind of a ruling. So it sounded like somebody the late Charles Troutman would have had a good time with.
I had a lot of nice conversations with the late Charlie Troutman.
He was great.
He was a very good man. He came to Guam on I think he was a pastor or part of a mission. But I mean the question, those are serious questions that are being asked because before the governor did control education, there was a period in Guam's history where the people felt that the Organic Act needed to be changed, which they did. They put it back in terms of the legislature deciding. Now we're in a question about the complete failure of the system, both under the original design perception-wise and now under the new design perception-wise.
Which governor were they trying to vilify when they made that massive change?
Well, I think it was
because sometimes it comes down to gubernatorial politics.
Well, Governor Gutierrez was, I think, a lightning rod for a lot of issues. And the positive thing with Governor Gutierrez was he took control and he pushed it through just to get the job done. So, but I was part of the Republican legislature at that time with the Legislative Council that they felt that the system should be changed so that one person didn't have the authority. That's why I'm saying we're almost in a full circle again.
Well, did you ladies, it's the first chance I've had to have a conversation in studio with the Attorney General in some time. But were you not also part of conversations that went all the way up to the Supreme Court that guided the position and the responsibilities and the extent of those responsibilities with then Governor Felix Camacho? Did that not also include education?
Education was changed after I was in the legislature, after I was the Attorney General. They changed the education take it away from the governor and let the legislature decide how education should be handled.
Right.
But
But the governor, Felix Camacho, my recollection was he wasn't crazy about that, and you ended up going. Did we not go to the Supreme Court?
That was the bond borrowing.
It's a bond borrowing.
Yeah, that was the U.S. Supreme Court for the bond borrowing question.
My recollection, my recollection was that governor was trying to exert influence into the Department of Education, and that didn't go anywhere.
It actually was very positive because that's where we got those lease-to-own schools. The schools were actually rebuilt or built, and the government of Guam had the ability to basically finance it.
Yes, I recall
that was
in
Felix.
Teason. No, I remember we did the stroll patrol on there and took a look at the facilities and were able to convince the people that were doing the renovation at the time. They were just going to make them barracks, and they said no, we can turn these into schools. And that part I liked. But I recall though there were some issues that he had with the board at the time, and was trying to exert some influence on the decisions of the board. And nobody was surprised when the board said, no, it's okay, Felix, you stay in your lane. Well, we'll be in ours.
Right, that's the bureaucracy I speak of in a bad way. When you get everybody arguing and nothing getting done. And again, unified authority is how the Organic Act was originally structured.
We'll bring it back to this conversation because I know you're anxious to get some time to talk about what I think is going to be, it feels in my mind, kind of groundbreaking here and an extension from what was attempted by the Attorney General's office, the Lieutenant Governor's office, and numerous other government of Guam departments and agencies that recognized that there was a problem with homelessness up in what I like to refer to as Camp Leon Guerrero across from the Micronesia Mall, and steps were taken to try to evacuate those people from those places, find them the resources. It is not as though you went in there with a paddy wagon and started throwing people in there. You went in and got the people and were able to get them some of the resources that they needed to get themselves, to extricate themselves from the situation that they were in. Unfortunately, there were other groups that beat you to the punch and told them that there was going to be a roundup, so a bunch of people split. But you were able to help some people, and I was kind of hoping that there would be other situations, other events like that afterwards, but I think the air went out of the room over at the Lieutenant Governor's office, and they didn't move forward with it.
Well, it was the Lieutenant Governor, the mayors, and the Attorney General's office working together, and it was a successful, that was the mall homeless encampment. It was a pilot on how we approached it. Obviously, safety was important, and then identifying who was in there and just get them off the property. That was the whole idea. These people are on, partial was government property, other ones was
private,
yeah. Right. So it worked, but we learned from that the structure because we actually didn't just throw them off the property. We picked them up. We took them over to the flea market, the Dededo Flea Market. We had all the services, with especially the help of the Lieutenant Governor. He had Department of Labor, Public Health for emergency assistance, the whole setup. And it was a full court press. Everybody worked well together, and even the Homeless Coalition took those people, had the funding, and put them in the motels for at least a week, 2 weeks, while they were trying to figure out how to help them better.
What other resources they could plug into.
So you're correct. This is a targeted approach to provide 365 days, 20 beds with a meal, shower, opportunity for work, that sort of scheme for the evening. And the logistics of it are already on paper, the drafts and stuff, but the key thing is the funding. The legislature put the Attorney General as the chairperson of the Opioid Recovery Council, which we met last year. We got the 16 Molinoid dogs to detect meth, as well as gave funding to Guam Behavioral for the non-RSAT program at DOC. So there's a lot of money. I think there's about $2.7 million in the account right now. Better to use it. Let's find a way to help the opioid-afflicted, addicted people impacted by it. The experience that we had a year ago was the homeless encampment, a bunch of meth addicts. That was what we were finding. So that's what happens when you become a meth addict. And I'm speaking to the choir, I know, with you and many of your listeners out there. When people get meth addicted, their families kick them out. You had Chamorros. There were Chamorros in those homeless encampments. They weren't the outer islands that were coalescing in them. So, Ray, this is, again, it's a targeted approach. It's a workable approach, and I have our two of our team members in our office that put this together. They got the numbers. They ran the numbers. With the AG's office and our lawyers there, we came up with a solution, and that's you got lawyers, use them.
Yeah, sure. 9:24, and in the studio, we'll go ahead and turn on the microphones for Amber and Nicole here, and find out a little bit more about the roles that they played in putting this together. So first of all, I really appreciate the when I say paperwork, I literally mean paperwork. They've got beautiful brochures that have been put together that spell out. Thank you very much. I left mine in the car, but spell out all of the steps that they need to take. There's a nice little pop-up that you can see on the deal. So, I mean, a lot of creative that went into it, but it breaks down in bite-sized chunks the different components of this project Dignity. And let me start, and either one of you can answer the question. How did you start at 20? We're looking at taking 20 people basically off the streets and being able to provide them in what feels like a little bit of a wraparound program to give them someplace clean where they can go to at night, grab a shower and something to eat, and prepare themselves for the next day, hopefully at work. Either one of you can answer the question. But whose vision is that? How did you come up with that?
Actually, it was a general's vision. He has mentioned before in other media sources.
Don't be shy of the mic.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That this has been a year in planning, and we have been sitting at the table, trying to discuss and organize this. And we actually, in the brochure, if you take a look, it's not just 20 beds. We actually have two different options. So there's a figure for 10 beds a night or 20.
Okay.
Yeah. So, General, you want to?
With the Opioid Council, it's basically because this will have to be voted on by the members of the Opioid Council, and that's coming at the end of August.
I noted that all of them were notified the same time I was.
That's correct. Because so they'll be notified. And Ray, you put it there, and I didn't emphasize enough. I'm the guy that feels that you got to redeem yourself. You can't be holding their hand, because that's not part, in my mind, of therapy. Therapy is you need to show them where hell is in terms of the prosecution, and tell them, do you want to go there, or do you want to find a different path, which helps out the people that are part of the rehabilitation, the multi-million-dollar rehabilitation infrastructure that we have. To give, and Governor Gutierrez was the one that talked about this at GVB when I went to a few of their meetings. If he can have day workers to go out to clean those restrooms that are in the tourist industry and stuff like that, to find that group of people that may not be focused enough to do a full 8-hour or 40-hour work week, that sort of thing, to give these people that come in the homeless during that time, and that's part of the program, when they get the meal, to have the conference room that the Sure Stay was one of our market research, to go there and meet with the professionals from public health, Department of Labor, the private sector, like in the States, Home Depot. There's a bunch of guys waiting in the front. The contractor pulls up the truck. They jump in the truck, and then they go off to the work site for just that day. They get paid at the end of the day, and then that's the end of the work period. That is what we're talking about with this program. I don't care if you're meth addicted. You still are functional to a certain extent. Go out, occupy your time doing something productive, get something in payment for that. And we have the underground economy right now in Guam. Every weekend you see all these contractors running in everybody's homes.
No, I'm just wondering what it is that keeps these guys on bicycles up and down the streets all day. Yeah,
exactly. So, but that's the idea. That's the design that our team put together. We want it to tie in with, like you said, it has room for growth. We'll invite public health, and that's the end of the brochure. The team members, Lieutenant Governor, he is so powerful for purposes of marshaling the cabinet that he has under him.
Well, that's among his responsibilities is the Homeless Coalition.
Right, and he has been critical towards the initial Opioid Council meeting. We're going to get together at the end of this month to get public health, Department of Labor, Guam Behavioral Health together to do what we did on that homeless, to have them sit down, have available for these homeless people. What's the problem? Where do you see it? And also the victims, by the way. We have victims' money at the AG's office. So we want to marshal all that together. These people work with the mayors, the 19 mayors in the different villages, have the vetting process, call up the mayors, have them call us. Hey, I've got a person that could really use a place to shower. Ray, you go to the mall. You see these guys on the side of the street, let alone walking around.
I passed by a couple yesterday at GPO.
Right. The first thing you get is the smell of urine or the smell of body odor, that sort of thing. That's what this project is meant. You get dignity by having your own place to shower, to clean up, to shave. That is to wash your clothes.
Safe night's sleep.
Right, a safe night's sleep, and we're sure we incorporated the security there as well. So
let me because I want to go back and unfortunately limited time between here and the top of the hour, but I want to make sure that we can cover some things that I think people are going to be asking about. Is first of all, okay, so numbers might be 10, numbers might be 20, numbers might be 100, depending on how much access to capital that we have. But let's start with how do we get people into the system? Where is there going to be someplace where people can apply?
Sure.
Is this going to be coming from public health? Is it going to be coming from the mayor's office, the police department? Where will we find the candidates to allow into this? I think it's a very special program, and I think it's also kind of exclusive. So,
well, it's first of all, it's not like Guma San Jose. They have it's basically a home that they could stay in for a while, a place they could stay. The product design of this is only for a period of the evening, from 5 o'clock till maybe 7 o'clock the next morning.
That's fine, yeah.
And then they're out. So the mayors, we see that in our initial regulations we're putting together.
Okay, maybe I just still don't have enough of the vision in my head. So let's say I'm one of the guys, right? I'm vetted, and you figure, okay, Ray's somewhat functional. We've heard him on the radio. He might be able to keep a couple of string a couple of sentences together. Somewhat functional, but he's got a problem. We'll go ahead and we'll give him a place to sleep at night. We'll give him something to eat, and we'll give him a shower because Ray always needs a shower, and then he can go back to work in the next morning. Am I in that program forever? Do I get that room again the next night? Do I get that meal again the next night?
It resets. Every day it resets. The hotline, the ability to come in. We know that a lot of these homeless, no car. That's why the mayors are critical, working with public health, working with Guam Behavioral. There are certain individuals that are in dire need. Ray, in the AG's office, I get reports of women walking on the side of the road, kids with them, and we're talking 3-year-olds, no Zoris, no slippers.
Joe and I see it every morning on the way to work.
Right. So that's what we're anticipating coming into the Dignity Project program, is that the mayor says these people need help and they can't wait till tomorrow. Take them over here. We'll have the professionals there, and then we'll emergency assistance, CPS, whatever they need in terms of help. Because we expect a lot of triage emergencies type situations. That's why it's important. The administrator, and right now we're seeing if Togi wants to be a part of this, they will administer all these social services programs that would be available.
Right.
My main thing is the project endeth upon 5 to 8. If they want the help, it'll be there. If they don't want the help, thank you. Your discharge.
You had an opportunity,
right? You had the opportunity,
right? But if the meth is calling you louder than the opportunity to maybe get a day's worth of work in, feel what that's like again, and then maybe
the
as
dignity
you said,
that comes with that.
Yes, exactly. So if they blow that, or if they decide it's not good enough for them, then that's fine. Somebody else then can come into the program.
Right.
Is that how we envision all of it?
That's exactly.
So tell me a little bit about the plan that you put together. A little, maybe a little bit more of the nuts and bolts as you guys see it over there. As Doug has described it, seems to be cut and dry, but everybody is different. All the agencies are different. All of the components are going to be different. So what are some of the things that you guys are going to be doing to facilitate getting people into the program and seeing to their needs once they're done?
So part of the program, we're inviting actually a lot of government Guam agencies, a lot of private companies, and then one of them includes the Mayor's Council of Guam. Yep. And we're going to be asking the mayors to vet anybody that's homeless who would be reaching out to them and then direct them to our services.
Okay.
So that we can reserve a bed for them. And coming back to the 20 beds a night question, 10 beds a night, it's not because we want to be exclusive. This is something that's realistic with the funds that we have, and the replacing every night, resetting every night. It's a way that we can service more people.
Okay, that part was new to me. So that's when I started thinking about exclusive, I thought, okay, we're going to take 20 people and put them in this program until they're either capable of taking care of themselves.
Yeah, we're not holding the hands.
So not holding the hands. You've got to do it that day. Otherwise, you're going to give up the bed space. You're going to give up the shower. You're going to give up the dinner, and you're going to give up an opportunity to turn your life around with a new company.
We're allowing them to help themselves if they want to.
Got it. Understood.
And that's the Michelangelo, the creation of Adam.
You've got to go over that. There's it's one of those things. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know.
Right.
If you take a look at Michelangelo, the painting where Adam is God's in front of Adam, and God is reaching out, and all Adam has to do is straighten his finger out. All
Right.
he's got to do is
Right.
that one move, and that will connect him up with salvation. And it's
Right.
the same thing with
Exactly.
this program here. We will give you all the tools that you need to get a head start, to get yourself out from under whatever it is that you've got. But you've got to literally lift your little finger and make the contact.
That's exactly right. That's the illusion that we're using. Michelangelo, Sistine Chapel, the Catholic Church, billions of people, they adopted that. The imagery is so powerful that even if you know the history of substance abuse individuals, whether it's alcohol, whatever drug they're on, often religion is part of their solution, the bigger part. I'm not pushing religion, but it's something higher than the person. You can't fix your own problem. You need something to aspire to that's bigger than you are.
Well, just
That's a little
put
bit.
the little Bible in the book and on the nightstand, just the same way that the old Gideon Bibles. I don't know if they still do that, but there was once upon a time you went into a hotel room, the drawer next to the bed
That's
had
right.
a Gideon Bible.
There's a
in
reason
there.
for that.
There's a reason for
Right.
it, and it has saved countless lives in the history of Gideon Bibles.
Right, and this also comes from my grandfather, who would talk about the soup kitchens in the 1920s, when the United States was going through the greatest depression that it ever experienced, where people were literally thrown out of their homes. The soup kitchen idea was to help them for that evening so they had the nourishment in order to survive, literally survive. And that's what I think that people, the homeless on Guam, we're getting close to it. When you're looking at the numbers and the exposure that they're having, let alone the meth, dying from an overdose overnight, that's the type of
overdose, the possibilities, and then you've got the issues of people that are so far gone they'll take their own lives, or
take somebody with
get
them.
suicidal ideations, etc. 9:35 in the morning. When we return, we'll talk about opportunities. One of the first things that I saw when I looked at this is not that there's any holes in it, but there are venues in this for private sector inclusion. There's a lot of spaces here for a lot of businesses that might be able to get involved and to help out where they can. So we'll talk with Nicole and Amber and Attorney General Doug Mullen about that in just a couple of minutes. In the meantime, 9:36 KUAM News.
Buenas and Guam. I'm Jonathan Charfers. Here's a look at 3 stories you need to know for Friday, August 9th. Late Thursday afternoon, a special address on education from Governor Lilian Guerrero was issued at the start of the school year, has been delayed due to pending sanitary inspections. It comes at a critical time as concerns over the future of the island's youth who simply want to go to school are at an all-time high. In the address, she states, Guam law says, while I might be the governor of Guam, I do not govern DOE. But I also know you elect us to confront problems, not to tell you we can't fix them. You want schools open and kids learning. How that happens is a job of the leaders you elect. You want everyone to stop talking and get it done, and I will not spend weeks in deliberation only to leave the job undone. I will not bicker and point fingers as our children and parents wait. To view the whole address, you can go to KUAM.com. We should note that emergency session was called by Speaker Therese Trelahi and begins at 10 o'clock this morning. And yesterday was slated to be the first day of school for thousands of public school students. As the state of the island's public schools continues to shift, KUAM getting the pulse of the community amid the uncertainty. Destiny Cruz spoke with parents to get their feedback. And you can watch that story right now on our KUAM YouTube channel. And a man previously accused of assaulting a woman known to him was arrested after a traffic stop revealed meth on his person. 53-year-old Charles Klein is charged with strangulation, possession of a Schedule II controlled substance, and 2 counts of family violence. According to court documents, it was back in May when the victim first reported Klein to police for allegedly assaulting her. She accuses Klein of placing his forearm against her throat, preventing her from breathing. Then in June, police again responded to an assault complaint by the same victim, who claimed he parked outside her home, followed her inside her home, and punched her twice. A traffic stop on August 5th led to his arrest. He allegedly pulled a cigarette while speaking with police, and they noticed a clear plastic baggie containing a white substance inside the cigarette pack. A field test returned a presumptive positive result for meth. For these stories and more, make sure to visit KUAM.com. Make sure to follow, like, and subscribe KUM News on Facebook, Instagram, X, and YouTube. You can also watch our exclusive local channel now on Peacock by visiting peacocktv.com/local and start watching your favorite shows, movies, news, and KUAM TV8 today. For KUAM News, I'm Jonathan Charfris.
Wow, Bank Pacific, 70 years.
That's right.
Are you celebrating?
You bet. For starters, we opened in 1954, so we're offering a very special personal loan with rates as low as 5.4% APR.
5.4?
And you can borrow up to $50,000 for whatever. Summer travel, back to school, paid on credit cards.
Can I apply online?
Yes. And at any of our convenient offices. Bank Pacific. Where others put branches, we place roots. 70 years.
Equal opportunity lender. Conditions apply.
Experience the magic of the Super American Circus with Circle K. Spend $25 at any Circle K and receive a free adult ticket. Or make any purchase and show your My Rewards ID at checkout for a free child ticket. Don't miss the chance to experience the Super American Circus at PIC. Grab your free tickets at your favorite Circle K. Promotion is valid until August 31st, 2024. Fuel purchases are not included. Other conditions may apply. Visit 76circlekguam.com for more info.
In 20 minutes, it'll be 10 o'clock in the morning. At 10 o'clock, they're supposed to go into another special session over at the legislature. This one he brought in in an attempt to get the legislature to hand over the keys to the Department of Education to Governor Lulian Guerrero so that she can solve all of those problems. A point that we made earlier in the conversation about centralizing all of the responsibilities and duties in the government of Guam. Where, in fact, does the buck stop in the conversation about, in the very least, the Department of Education? And so maybe some of that conversation will be responded to and resolved at the legislature, or I don't know. We've got other fish to fry here, and as I said, we've got major problems in this town with crime. We've got big problems with homelessness around here. Many of the issues are interrelated with each other, and they're only going to get worse. We know we've got a bad problem with meth, and have for the last 30 years, and now we've got blossoming problems with fentanyl, and steps have to be taken to figure out how we can put a man or a woman in between that gap and help resolve these problems. The basis of a very generous idea, if you ask me, is as Doug has pointed out, let's get these people, identify who they are, find a way to provide them the things that they need to have one awesome, comfortable, clean, safe evening out there, maybe a bit of breakfast in the morning,
yes,
and then someplace to go and get some work done.
Right.
And maybe find in themselves again the dignity in labor, the dignity in work.
Exactly, Ray. Work brings dignity. End of our brochure, work restores the dignity. Mm-hmm. And I think it's a fundamental concept that I think every parent understands when raising a child. We as adults understand if you don't pay for something, it's going to be taken away from you. That is the way our world operates. Mm-hmm. So this gives that opportunity. You mentioned about the private sector. They are a important part of our equation because I'm not looking for government jobs necessarily for these people to find. There's big markets on Guam. We don't have enough people, our own people, across the board. We don't have enough people, from lawyers to clerks to construction workers.
Somebody put water in your drink in the restaurant.
Right.
Yeah, there's a lot of gaps in there. So there are places where there are roles that these people can play in their journey back to work. So let me ask Nicole and Amber. What do you want from the private sector? I mean, 'cause they're listening right now, and everybody's going, okay. I recognize that there's a problem. Maybe there's a way in my shop where I can participate in this. So is there a want list that you got?
Well, yes. Well, the opportunity part of this program is a very big part. Yeah. So with the nonprofits and the private sectors, we hope to get their help. Like, for example, the general mentioned Togi. They do a lot of work in transporting.
I tried to
folks.
support them as much as possible in the last couple of years as they popped up.
In ways like that, with Catholic Social Service and what they have to offer, just the direction that we can gear these folks towards, and align them with these nonprofits. I think that they play that big role in that way.
Will there be anything like compensation from some of these roles that they're going to be doing this work?
That's exactly what we want.
Yeah, Nicole, what do you think?
So,
how do we get these guys paid?
So speaking concretely, not just the opportunity part, but we're trying to call to private companies if anybody wants to clear out their inventory, soap, shampoos, clothing.
Oh, yeah, I mentioned that. Yeah, that was one of the first things I wrote back to Doug. Is I can think of a lot of places where there might be some private sector companies, in particular Pacific Star Hotel, which has been in mothballs since COVID. Never mind Mawar, and I'm sure that there might be some logo items that they've got there, towels, old bars of soap that are still good, hair care products, shampoo, conditioner, rinse, that kind of thing. Yeah, basics that people need. If you're not going to use it, then by all means, and maybe there are are hotels that are in the midst of logo changes or switching out some inventory. This is old, and this
Costs
is
money
going to be new.
hold inventory.
Yeah, exactly. So take that off your hands and find Togi through the Attorney General's office
Salvation
and everything
Army,
out there.
Togi.
Yes.
There's a lot of people that just want to be able to get cleaned up over at the beach and a shower down there with some shampoo and some hope.
And clothing.
And a lot of people might be looking in directions like that. And clothing, she says. So what do you think? Last year's fashions from Macy's?
Well, I guess whatever the private companies want to donate to. I think the idea is to help them have that opportunity. So also if they want to participate in a way of like donating clothing.
Right, we've talked about coupons.
Yes,
that
couponing.
Certain companies may want to just give a coupon for shoes or something that can help our homeless out there.
Well, there's Be Heartfelt is an organization that has come up in the last couple of years, and they are in the midst of a shoe drive. And I think they're in the midst of an everything drive these days. And there's no reason why other nonprofit organizations or maybe a private sector group might be working with some employees looking for something to do. I was recently at Cost You Less, and I want to say it's Pause for Pets. We're there that same day, and kind of non-intrusive, just going around and saying, look, you're going to be shopping. You can really help out the guys over at Gain if you can get some cat litter, if you can get some cat food, or pads for people that have adopted dogs for a short term in their house, the pee-pee pads and that kind of thing. And it's just their way of being able to help contribute back to the community. So maybe you've got an employees association and you don't know what to do with them. This might be a thing that you can do with them.
Yes, Ray. We met with the at University of Guam, Ms. Paulino, that's head of the School of Health, and we've asked her, because part of this program is to link up an individual with a social worker, and have that social worker follow that individual, because I'm sure that they're in the court system, they're in public health, they're at Guam Behavioral. That's how we're looking at linking people up. Of course, the administrator, who again we're looking at Togi to administer this in conjunction with the AG's office, is to get a social worker linked up with every homeless person. There's not that many homeless on Guam that it's not manageable yet. We can still manage them. These personalities are showing up on the criminal calendar, on the Guam Behavioral Health, mental illness. We've got that community out there as well. So, but that's what I saw as one of the important parts. A social worker linked up, not just a social worker that's just there to give out a form. Get the person's name down, their contact information, and follow them. You can track these people, the homeless in our community. You really can. The names are there.
Sometimes I think about the homeless problem and curses. Oh, it's terrible. It looks awful in the downtown Nagatnya area. And I'm of a couple of minds. And there are homeless people that are homeless because we've got issues with affordable housing. We've got issues that maybe through no fault of their own, they find themselves living out of the car. You just having a hard time with life and want to do right by themselves and their families.
Yes.
And then there's the other side of the homeless population. I'm sure you guys see this at the Attorney General's. Yeah, they're either gaming the system or they like to live outside. They've got their lifestyle all picked out for them. They know where they can go, what time we're going to get free food over here, what time we're going to get free food over there, where there are 2 or 3 nice places where I might be able to. The panhandlers, as an example, and they don't want to deal with any of the rules. Yeah, fine. I will show up tonight and I will sleep in your bed and I will take a shower and I will eat your dinner and then tomorrow I'm going to go back out and live on the streets.
I think that
I want my drugs. I want my booze. I want to be able to fight. I want to be able to date my other homeless chicks. All of that. I mean, it's a reality that we've got to deal with and be aware of as you move through the system.
Absolutely, Ray. You don't get the top-notch people in the homeless community. That's obvious, right? But I mean, it's something more than we have out there. It's not duplicating any of the services we have out there. It's targeting. Clearly, there's people that are in emergency dire situations, and that is the group that we're looking at. Obviously, in our vetting system, if we see a certain name of a person that's gaming it, it's designed so that you can't game it really.
So let me go back to that with the ladies here, because I'm still just trying to get through the vetting process. And as you said, the system resets every day. What do I have to do as a client in this program to make sure that I really enjoyed that shower thing, that was nice. I really enjoyed that food, that was also nice. I want to go back. How do I make sure that when the system resets for the day that I'm on the positive side of that reset? What do you think, Nick?
Well, quite literally, you just have to line up and go back at before 5 p.m. before it starts. We're also establishing a hotline for the Dignity Project where you can call and try to get a bed for yourself. At the end of the program, around 8 a.m., 9 a.m. the next day, we're establishing an exit assessment where they can give feedback and stuff like that. And all of our data, we're storing it on a cloud so we can always check this person, vet them, see if they've been returning and not doing anything.
So, but when they go to quote work, is there a follow up with whoever their supervisor is, whoever they're volunteering for, whoever they're going to be working for? So they say, yeah, they showed up, they were actually really good. Can you send them back tomorrow?
Well, I think that's where the nonprofit component comes into play.
Togi's very good at that.
Okay. Oh, really? To that degree of administration? Because that's granular, man.
Yeah.
That's
this is part of the project design. We want to do that because information is power, right? So that helps the other providers out there that we had a success rate, that this person was actually picked up by a private company, asked to come back, and they're showing up for work. That's the first big thing in life, show up for work. But show up with a clean set of clothes or you're not smelling like reeking of something.
Yeah.
So, there's a lot of components to this, and this is not a cure-all, right?
No,
because
there's so much out of it. There are people that have jobs and aren't on drugs that are having a hard time with life these days. How much harder is it going to be for people that have lived on the fringes of society and are literally clawing their way back in? How do we make sure that after they've been a part of your program for a week or two or a month that they don't slip back into that?
But you see, that's not the scope of our program. We're trying to be realistic about this. That's why I say the soup kitchens of the 1930s, they didn't care if the person came back. They just provided the soup for that evening, give them the nourishment so they weren't dead on the side of the road the next morning. That, in many ways, is what we're doing here. We're just trying to give them the ability to not be doping up all night, mething up all night, to come in and get a nourishing meal in your stomach and in the morning refreshment. So that is part of the discussion that we've had with our team. We're not here to hold people's hands. We're providing a service.
Comments from Facebook Live viewer Steve and Liz say homelessness, whatever happened to the building that the government purchased refurbished with the help of the National Guard, supposedly for the homeless. I think they're talking about an Anigua piece of property. Ana Delgado says, love the idea. Mr. AG and ladies. Stephen Blake says, straight mind. Biba, AG Moylan. Mike Grace, with regard to putting the Gideon Bibles back in the hotel rooms. God doesn't care about religion. He wants a relationship with you. More from Steve and Liz. Can they do the same for GMH? Place somebody in charge that can fix, maintain, and get them accredited later on. Stay on the topic. He comes back to us, says, thank you, A.G. Moylan and your team. Dave Duenas says, private sector is by far the biggest voting bloc. It's unfortunate that they're not rewarded with better wages or benefits. And maybe that's one of the things that we've got to get through here. It's kind of tricky when you're working in the private sector, as you know, and the margins are what they are. And it's not easy to get people, and sometimes it's not easy to keep them with the demands that they have got because the prices for everything else is going up. But getting back to how do you keep people from falling back, I'm reminded that it's not just you, it's not just Togi. You are going to be hooking them up and wrapping them up in the available government programs.
Exactly. If they want to sign up, but especially what we saw in the homeless operation we did, you can get emergency assistance within 24 hours. If you see that woman that comes in that doesn't qualify for anything but needs an immediate food stamp assistance, that sort of thing for her kids and stuff, that's what this is going to have available. That is the project design. So, yeah.
As I said, wraparound program. So we're going to
You're talking
identify.
a lingo that's more the social worker side, but yeah, you got it.
Yeah,
That's exactly it.
but if they're going to be a problem for the social workers, are they going to be a problem for the Attorney General's office at some point?
At some point.
And
the taxpayer, ultimately.
Well, let me throw another at the end of the day piece of the component in here. The Supreme Court has just ruled now that criminal penalties can apply for people that are habitually homeless after they have been warned, after they've been moved on, after there have been an appropriate number of what's the word I'm looking for?
And stuff like that.
Yeah, trespassing.
Loitering.
Yeah, awareness, if you will, of the criminal justice system. At some point, the community can say, "That's it. We've had enough, and you're going to jail."
Failure, Oregon. They decriminalized the meth, and they got exactly what they deserved, was a bunch of crime. Someone's got to stand up for what's right in the community. We got to go back to what works in decades past. That's why you look at the Great Depression. You look at what we learned from it. Government cannot fail the people. And this is part of the safety net systems that we, as especially lawyers in the AG's office, that's why I say we can be good prosecutors or we can be good advocates for the homeless. we're multi-faceted in our AG's office. The lawyers are the ones that run this world for the most part. We know the systems.
Let me go back over the money. Do I need to take a break, Joe? Are we down
You
for a break?
could. We have one, but
Yeah,
I mean,
let me just a quick break because I want to figure out how I want to frame the question in my head about financial resources in order. I mean, you've got what you need to get the thing started and get the program moving. And when we return, let's talk about a long-term view for Project Dignity. Right after these.
Looking for a way to unwind after a long day? The Hilton Tree Bar has Budweiser Happy Hour every day from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Enjoy 50% off on all Bud family beers, wines by the glass, and single mixed drinks. Half off on your favorites like Budweiser, Michelob Ultra, Grey Goose, and so much more. The Budweiser Happy Hour at the Hilton Tree Bar, the perfect place to relax and enjoy the best view of Tumon Bay. And don't forget, every Thursday is Latin Night with DJ Kent. Feel the rhythm and dance the night away with the hottest Latin beats and the coldest Bud family beers. See you at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa.
New benefits are taking flight. Instead of 2 times miles, the United credit card from First Hawaiian Bank is now introducing 3 times miles on every dollar spent on United tickets purchased through United ticketing channels. Apply by August 31st, 2024, and if approved, you can earn 35,000 miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months. Get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United credit card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
The UOG Endowment Foundation and Guam Visitors Bureau, in collaboration with Choice Broadcasting, bring you Tanel Live on Guam. Join us for 2 shows. Thursday, September 5th for a tropical night with Tanel, an intimate unplugged VIP show at the Hotel Nico Guam. And Saturday, September 7th for the general concert at Jeff's Pirates Cove. Enjoy the beautiful concert space down south, complete with UOG booths and vendor pop-ups. Tickets on sale at Guam time.
At Guam Regional Medical City, world-class heart care is just a heartbeat away. GRMC is pleased to welcome board-certified interventional cardiologist Dr. Mahesh Gola and Dr. Bishoy Elbebawe, who specialize in advanced heart interventions to treat heart attacks, various heart and blood vessel conditions, arrhythmia, and more. For more information, visit grmc.gu or contact 671-633-GRMC, 671-633-4762.
Studio time 9:56 in the morning, and from one of our listeners says most people are addicted to drugs, do not have the capacity to think and reason for what is best for them, and that is an unfortunate fact that I think has been factored into some of this conversation that we're having.
Mental health illnesses and stuff.
Yeah.
That's why Guam Behavioral is critical here. And I've been an advocate. Guam needs to open up a sanatorium. We need a full-fledged place where you put people that have serious mental health issues.
This goes back decades. This is an old conversation.
Can we call it the Cuckoo's Nest?
But no, we cannot call it the Cuckoo's Nest, Joe. Sorry, that's the name's already taken. Sorry, but we'll find a clever way to refer to it as that. But we can't do it that way. I don't disagree. But we've always had problems with adult being able to take care of adult mental care.
But every community
health.
has them. That's the problem. We know every community has mental health issues. Why don't we have a full-time facility for them? Because I get it every night when the cops call me.
Get it?
Hey,
yeah.
what do we do with this person?
Well, I was just talking about the girl that ran over the betel nut trees. I did not realize that she's got a history of this kind of criminal mischief.
We see it in the AG's office. We know it exists out there, and the courts have to deal with it. They actually have a mental health court now that has to deal with this.
But what do they do if there's no sanatorium? Where do we put
them back
them?
on the streets?
Yeah. This is Mary Claire all over again. Here's another one of these old stories where we had an individual with mental health issues, and she would lay down on the side of the road, and we'd all say, with these. And I knew Mary Claire. She was related to one of my best friends, and I knew her growing up. And the cops got nothing to do. A family didn't want to have a whole lot to do with her, so they'd pick her up literally pick her up off the road, and she'd sit down at the old Agana precinct and wait until somebody came for her. And sometimes they did, and sometimes they didn't. And then one day she laid down on the road and got run over and dead. And then there should have been some kind of an adult full-time facility for her.
Every community has, like the schools, the police force, you need to have a facility.
We've only got a couple of minutes left. None of this is cheap, and moving forward, none of this is going to be cheap. What are your plans to be able to augment the money that you have already pledged to this? How do you keep it going?
The federal government is an immense source of money. The Department of Interior has literally a bucket of money that they dole out to the territories. we put together a project request, and I've got my specialist here with Amber, the federal grant request.
You're the grant lady?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Favorite,
money woman.
Favorite. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So this is the pilot project. It's in line with the Opioid Council money, but we've got the burn grant for the crime victims. There are crime victims in this community of homeless out there, so we can also tap into that. It's just how we view this, our experience from it, and then are preparing the grant request.
Right.
Yeah.
And preparation of the grant request, and I know people that's all they do ever is
24/7.
look at grant opportunities that are out there, figure out what the correct language is that we need, and cross the T's and dot the I's, and then you get the money, and then we find ways to spend it. And in this case, applying it to a program that exists that I think is going to be successful. If it turns the life around for just one person,
yes,
in my mind, it's worth it. In my mind, it's worth it. Doug, thanks for coming in, and thanks for bringing those beautiful ladies. Nicole and Amber in the studio, and Big John Security outside has been listening to the broadcast. I can hear the radio playing off in the background. And that is the week, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. As usual, another fantastic 5 days has come and gone between here and there. Looking forward to a fantastic weekend. Pink ball. Maybe there's going to be some hiking over the weekend. Maybe the sun is going to come out, and I'll come back a darker and more tan Ray Gibson on Monday. We'll watch and see what happens. For Real Joe, Donna D, and Jerry Roberts, Ray Gibson saying, have a great weekend. Love you, mean it. Bye. It's time for Fox.
Today, I'm Tom Rigotti, Fox News. Former President Trump holding a news conference at his Mar-a-Lago estate, reacting to Vice President Kamala Harris as the presumptive Democratic presidential nominee.
We have somebody that hasn't received one vote for president, and she's running, and that's fine with me. But we were given Joe Biden, and now we're given somebody else. And I think, frankly, I'd rather be running against somebody else.
Fox's Aisha Hasni has more from West Palm Beach, Florida.
After all the calling out from the Trump campaign, Vice President Kamala Harris talking with reporters. Here is what she said about doing an interview.
I want us to get an interview scheduled before the end of the month.
She also told reporters that she's looking forward to the upcoming debate. She's agreed to doing a debate moderated by ABC that will happen on September 10th. Former President Trump also making news today, saying that he has agreed to 2 more debates, one with Fox News on September 4th and another with NBC on September 25th. No word from the Harris campaign on those 2 events just yet.
This was the first time that Harris spoke to reporters since declaring her candidacy. That was outside of Air Force 2 in Michigan. Aggregate polling from RealClearPolitics.com shows the race now in a dead heat. Kamala Harris in Wayne, Michigan, accepting the United